Your style and your flavor make the city rock. They must say the season come out with a bang. Coach Minzy, best round here. Remember that. Your style and your flavor make the city rock. They must say the season come out with a bang. Coach Minzy, best round here. Remember that.
Welcome everyone. Welcome again to another episode of the Coach's Desk. Yes, and it's the Weekend TripleTreat night 2. And we are here, to have another wholesome discussion where football is concerned on the island. Yes, that's what we're about. We're here to talk football. How is everybody doing? Welcome to those over on Facebook. Big up to the Facebook people. Thanks for tuning in as well. Big up to the silent deskers. Yes, the ones who actually tuned in, but for whatever reason don't get an opportunity to send a text message um, in the chat. Excuse me. Also, we want to big up all the erudites. Yeah, man. Persons who actually continue to, support the coaches. That's big up to all the people who, tuned in to the show from time to time. We're almost to the end of another year. Wow. This I believe it's a what? It's a full year that coaches desk would have been up and running. One full year this year would have been. And it has been an amazing year. So big up to everyone who contributed. Big up to the subscribers, yes, to the channel. Persons who have been here since day one. You know what I mean? Big up yourself. Yeah. Um Chelsea people having a problem. Anyways, we're not talk about that, But the topic of discussion this evening, people, is the schoolboy football good or bad for football development in Jamaica? Yeah, man, that's what we want to be talking about this evening on this show. And I know that a lot of people out there have a lot to say on this topic. Yeah? It it came out of where we finished last evening. Yeah? So we want to continue on that part of the conversation at this time. Yeah. So yeah, man, big up to the people them. I must big up to my school, even though that's what we're gonna be talking about. Yeah. Yeah, man, big up to Magra High, dropping 9-0 to advance to the second round of the Costa Cup competition. Come on. Big up, big up, big up, big up, big up. All right, so I know I want to go in the comment section. I know a lot of people have a lot to say. Yeah, yeah, they have a lot to say. Um, the phone line is always up and running, people. You're free to call in. You're free to call in and let your voice be heard on this particular topic and anything pertaining to football in Jamaica. Yeah. All right. So remember to sanitize, people. Once you come into this arena, we encourage you to sanitize. And what do we mean by sanitize? We're just asking you to, hit the like button. That's another way to show support to the coach's desk. And definitely we appreciate you. Big up to all the persons who continued, to support the movement. Yeah. So let me get into the comment section. Am I too late or am I too early tonight? But we see the numbers growing. Big up on yourself, anyways. Yeah. So let me see what is happening. Okay. All right. Saturday Night Live. Let's go. Rowan Davis, big up yourself and welcome. Big up, coach. Is that a trick question? No, it's not a trick question. What is tricky about today's proceedings is the um what you call it now, extended sleep that you could have gotten this morning. But you choose to get up and watch your team. But our guy, our boy, Mikel Antonio, ensure that all these Chelsea fans, all these Chelsea fans are very, very, very quiet. Right? Big up to Mikel Antonio on that one. Ian Campbell, big up yourself. Welcome. Toke, big up yourself, Toke. We say Antonio kick Chelsea. Yes, you see, Ian, that's what I'm talking about. You know the thing going on. You know how it goes. All right, Giovanni, big up yourself. The answer to that question is resounding bad. Anyone who says otherwise is either fooling themselves or a part of an old boys association. Interesting comment there, Giovanni. Schoolboy football is good for development of the sport in the country. Ian, I would love for you to elaborate on that. I'd love for you. Can't just put out those quote unquote vague answers, You have to come on with. Fresh, big up yourself, Fresh. Yeah, man. Fresh is in the building. Capo of the comment section, manager. Yeah, man. Big up yourself, Fresh God. Schoolboy is not the complete package, but it's a good start. All right, Ron. All right, AC, blessings, coach. From Tech, me say. All right, big up yourself, AC. Claudia Hodges, welcome, welcome, girl. Welcome to the show. Man, always here. Hey, if it's even one person we can vouch for, if Fresh no come on, me sure no say Claudia come on. If Claudia no come on, we know Jason no come on. If Jason no come on, we know Claudia go come on. Yeah, man, big up on yourself, man. All right, so Fresh is telling you people like up the live. Once you enter, you like the live, like the stream, and that's a way of coming into the arena and ensuring that you are sanitized. All right, sanitize, people, sanitize, sanitize. Ian Campbell, if you want to top quality young players to matriculate into the senior program, then schoolboy football is useless. All Topic TV, big up yourself and welcome. Everyone cannot play in an academy. So we need school football, and you recruit from there to the academies. Okay. Rob Smith is saying it's a difficult question because the country have a passion for it, and it also provides opportunities for kids to get their higher education who otherwise couldn't afford it. Yeah, man. No, we are in some serious arguments coming out quick and fast, you know. I like it. I like it. Ziggy Man is saying, Giovanni, schoolboy football is school competition. It really don't have anything to do with national development. That rule is for clubs or for the federation. Hmm. Schoolboy football is both good and bad, provides camaraderie, entertainment, and helps to identify talent. The trick is to balance these out. All right, Claudia, we're hearing you. Phil Jones, big up yourself and welcome. Bowen Deadly, our next non-league baller, mash up the league. Say that again. Hey, Phil Jones, anytime Bowen get the ball, I worries. You see Bowen, Lanzini, and Antonio, anytime the man they get the ball, I worries, man. Tell him, man, worries. Jeez, I'm Bowen a general. Lanzini a general. Michael Antonio a general. Hey, man, I'll cross some ball today, see, man. Yo, boss, them play some ball. Yeah, man, big up the silent Dexters, ladies that are watching, noisy Dexters and the Battle Gang. I think we forget that schoolboy football is for students in school. It's the federation or the club's role to develop football at the interesting points there you're throwing out there, Ziggy Man. Ricardo Robinson. It has been benefited it has benefited a lot of players in terms of scholarships overseas. That is what a lot of the players are looking for to set their lives. Some are not really looking at football for Jamaica. I believe that too. Giovanni, it is a good starting point for the young players. It provides clubs with a pool to recruit from. Some interesting conversations coming out, ideas coming out, or point of views coming out of this discussion so far. Very, very, very interesting. And please remember that the phone line is up and running. So you can always call if you feel like your text messages aren't reaching where they're supposed to reach. Just hit the phone line, call. Yeah. There should be professional football academies with proper coaching to go along with the schoolboy football, in my opinion. If not, we will forever be asking this same question. Ziggyman and Ian Campbell. Where is the Blue Boys? One done? I don't know. But Ron come over here early and then all of a sudden he has disappeared. Mm-hmm. Yeah, man. Giovanni is saying that have academies starting from age 3 plus. Mm-hmm. All right, Kyle Wallace. Big up yourself, Kyle Wallace. Welcome. And people remember, I have pinned not pinned. In the description of this video, people, you can click on the description and you see some links that you can click on. We have our option of being a member of the channel. We have option of donating via what's that thing called again? PayPal. We have the merchandise that you can purchase, and you also have the Reggae Boyz Supporters Club forum that you can go onto and have some robust conversations in the form of text. All right, so don't forget that, and you can always go over there. You see where you can click and also watch the rerun of some of the live videos here on the coach's desk. So big up yourselves, Kyle Wallace. We'd love to hear Kyle's opinion on this topic. Wonder if you join us on the panel tonight. Schoolboy football is mandated as a recreational sport. The irony is we use it as a development vehicle. So how can it be bad? Clubs use it for that. Interesting. Win, lose, or draw, blues always in the building. All right, All Topic TV. Hold that. Ralph at work a morning. Let's go United. Ball game. All right, let's see what he's made of, huh? Man of God, big up yourself. Welcome, man. A good while now we not see you. Ziggy Man is saying, Giovanni, yes, but the question can't be asked of schoolboy football. These are students who have exams and schoolwork to focus on. Schools have competition in everything that students participate in. Big up yourself, Jason Ferrano. Welcome to another erudite in the building. Andrew Nicholson, welcome to the show. Big up yourself. All right, so Giovanni says schoolboy football in itself isn't that bad, in my opinion. The problem is that the federation is depending.
Power on. Bluetooth mode. Device paired.
Caller, good night. You're live on the coach's desk. Hold on. Caller, call back, please. I don't know what transpired there. Depending on these same, the problem is that the federation is depending on these same players who are not up to par with those nations we are competing with. Nathaniel White, big up yourself, welcome. Phil Jones. The Maskaku goal catch Mendy off guard, I think, was trying to cross it. Yeah. Kyle, welcome to the show, man. You're live on Coach's Desk.
Good night. It's a pleasure to be on the program again. Can you hear me?
Yeah, man, we're hearing you.
Oh, good. Beautiful. Well, it's good to be on your program again. I keep hearing an echo.
If you're hearing an echo, that simply means you are probably, do you have another stream running? Are you listening to the stream?
I was watching it on TV.
All right, you have to pause it or mute it. You have to pause it or mute it.
Different line.
Hello? What is happening here? Lose the call them now. Yes, Kyle, go ahead. Sorry about that.
Yes, sir. That sounds better. Yes, sir.
All right, cool. What say you?
Good night to coaches again.
Yeah,
and the listeners.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, my view on schoolboy football is first we have to look at what schoolboy football was, developed as, and it was basically set up as a recreational sport for schools, meaning that it's not a professional sport where students are going to be developed as professional footballers. So that's one part of the equation. The other part is, is it good for the development of Jamaican football? Of course it is. I mean, we qualified for World Cup '98 with schoolboy footballers. Anandi Lowe, Walter Boy, Goodison, all these players came out of schoolboy football. And the second thing is our team. No, let's look at recent people that came onto the schoolboy.
Yeah, that's what I was just gonna
like
ask you.
Andre Blake. Yeah, go ahead.
That's what I was just about to ask you. The recent ones. You can go ahead. Andre Blake, you said.
Right, Andre Blake, and what's his name again? The striker. Oh God, I forgot his name. The man Ralph. I love this guy, man. He's a striker. Oh boy, I forgot his name. Anyway, he was in the 2019 Gold Cup. He came out the bench and scored a goal. And he modeled this game of Drogba. Anyway, he came out of schoolboy football. But what's interesting about those guys is those guys got scholarships to go to college in the USA.
Mm-hmm.
Then they got drafted in the MLS to play football.
Mm-hmm.
Andre Blake, okay? So that's schoolboy football, and that's a recreational environment that these guys are coming from. So what does that tell me? That tells me that we have talent there that's just forcing themselves through to rise to the top through no help of their own. Because the clubs use them, the local clubs use them, and the JFF uses them. Okay? So the question, answers itself. Of course, schoolboy football is good. It's a recreational sport, and
no, is it good for development?
Through all of the struggle.
Is it good for development?
Out of it, either through scholarships or going further to play in the MLS. So when people tell me that the product that we have down there in terms of schoolboy football is poor, of course it's poor because it's recreational. But the second equation is, do we have talent? Of course we have talent, because these kids are pushing themselves through no help of their own. So people need to look at Jamaican football through those eyes, through a balanced lens, to come to a conclusion as to where we are and where we have to go. All right? Now, our job as Reggae Boyz supporters is, what can we do to change it? And that is what I'm planning to do next, through you and all this social media skills. When the next election comes, we have to organize and put pressure on these parish FAs and the people who elect these parish presidents to basically have a program to expand the game, to bring up the game. Sorry. We have to invest in our coaches, we have to invest in our kids, and we have to organize this thing so that we can get the best out of it. Because let's be honest, okay, this GFF is broke, and they have been broke for the past, from World Cup 98. They haven't done nothing for local football. You know what? I shouldn't say that. I have to give Mike Ricketts credit on one thing. He is investing in coaching education to the point where we have D-licensed coaches. Now, what we need to do is get some A-licensed coaches down there. Because my argument is this. We can't get these foreign coaches to come down there with their A-license, spend a couple months, leave us broke again, and then leave with the knowledge. We have to invest in our own local coaches to bring up the A standard so that they can stay down there and teach the students how to play the game, and teach their colleagues too how to coach youth to play the game. That's where I sit.
Okay, cool. So you believe that the football? Are you hearing me?
Yeah. Go on.
You believe that the schoolboy football, which is recreational, is actually helping the development of the game? Because these would have been the same. These would have been the same set of youngsters that probably would have been a part of the development. But they are playing recreational game.
Right. Look. Okay, let me put it another way. If we take away schoolboy football, what do we have?
What we
Nothing.
have? Well, we probably wouldn't have nothing yet, but I'm certain that something would have been sorted out.
Well, they wouldn't have a choice but to start out something. But right now, we have 100-year history of schoolboy football. And good or bad, it's a recreational sport. It is producing talent through no help from anybody. That is just the facts out there. The GFF isn't helping schoolboy football. In fact, I was reading the charter of ISA and the JFF, right? And it's basically contradicting each other, where ISA basically states that they control schoolboy football, and the GFF charter states they control football within Jamaica, right? Now, if the GFF had any power, they would try and structure schoolboy football to make it more of a developmental sport, which they can't do because, number one, in order for it to be a developmental sport, the whole time frame of schoolboy football have to be longer, at least 6 months. Right now, it's a 3-month schedule, and that basically killing players. I mean, every 2-3 games they're playing games are 4 days.
Yeah, they're about.
I mean, I don't know. Right. I left in 1990. I'm in New York right now, so I'm not too familiar if things have changed. But right, there is nothing coming out of the GFF to structure schoolboy football to make it more of a development program.
But
it's a money maker for ISA.
But isn't it keeping fans happy? Isn't it keeping the stakeholders happy? Those who love the game, those who love their schools.
Right. I mean, listen, schoolboy football is doing what it is supposed to do. It is supposed to maintain that, that rivalry, between schools, bringing fans, make some money, bragging rights. I mean, that is all. It is not to develop talent or youth. It is just to make, culture niche feel happy. We feel happy that JCB, Chicago, Calabar, that's all what schoolboy football is about, bragging rights. It's not to develop youth. If any youth comes out of it and progresses further and make a career out of it, God bless him soul.
Yeah, that's a plus.
God bless him soul. Because, the coaches down there are not of any standard where they can nurture talent. If you find 1 or 2 good coaches down there, we're lucky. So that's my whole position on schoolboy football.
All right. Big up yourself, Kyle. Thanks for calling, and continue to stay tuned.
Take care.
All right, cool.
All
right. There was a call that I was getting. I want to call about that individual. I'm not seeing the call. But caller, you can call back in. Brain Drain, big up yourself, not super chat. Ziggy Man. And so when the season ends, they have exams to study for, CSEC, CAPE. Probably some of them have IAs to do and all of these things. But Giovanni, is the aim of playing schoolboy football to get professional contract? Like Kyle said, it's solely recreational. A group of principals come together and they decide that they are gonna host a competition for all the schools that are under ISA. Yeah. Was it to end the genesis of it? Was it because persons saw that they were able to get a scholarship from it or anything like that? Mike's welcome. It's not useless. We are expecting more from schoolboy football that schoolboy football can offer. These are student first. They are not going to school for football. Samar. Hello.
Hello, good night.
Yes, yes, man. Good night.
Yeah, man, big up, man. A couple of 583, man. One of your subscribers regular viewer to your channel, huh?
Yeah, man. Big up yourself, man. Thanks for calling. What say you?
Yeah, man. As it relates to the question, I believe that schoolboy football has its place and it is good for development to a point.
Mm-hmm. Explain that. You have to elaborate a little bit on that.
All right, no problem.
Mm-hmm.
All right, so schoolboy football would also include the coach program, right?
Mm-hmm.
You hear me?
Yes, man.
Hello?
Yeah, we're hearing you. We're hearing you. We're hearing you.
Yeah, man. May I say it that include the coach program as well. So
yes.
Remember, you know, if you're going to, if you want to compete at the highest level, you have to be playing against the best. So I don't believe that beyond the course program, I don't believe that beyond age 16, playing against each other is really going to develop you. I think you need to play against adults, or if you're playing against your age group, playing against players that are better than you, then so to speak, you know, for to develop. Because a lot of the players over the years would have seen come through the schoolboy system and into the national programs. They're all attached to a club. You get what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
So while they're playing against with their age group, they're also playing with adults. And that I believe helping their development as players. So I believe that it is good to a point, but once they get to age 16, I think you need to be playing against players of course, that is where I believe that comes into there. So I believe it is good to a point.
Mm-hmm. But when schoolboy football was conceptualized, do you think the principal sat down and said, all right, we don't see where football is being developed in Jamaica, so we are going to come together, put our minds together, and we're going to start a league that will develop football? You think that's the case?
No, I don't see that. I think part of that we are seeing in recent times at the professional level in other countries.
Mm-hmm.
You find 18-year-olds, 18-year-olds making a mark. Yes. So 18-year-olds dominating schoolboy football in Jamaica.
Mm-hmm.
I don't believe at his age, 19 years old, need to be playing schoolboy football with his age group. I think he needs to expand. You get what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
But I mean, enough people are attached to a school, and as a man said, bragging rights, so a man that want to top 19, 18 year old to play for a school and dominate and win a trophy. But I don't feel so once you reach them age, it got enhance the development for a player with your age group, younger than you, were inferior quality then.
Mm-hmm.
I think you need to find yourself a club and look for go up on the international stage to improve. Because look on it. Schoolboy football. How many it doesn't last right on the year, right? Only lasts for about 4 months or so.
Yeah, maximum 3 months.
In our academy system then, as youngsters, you're playing a number of games just like in our league, you understand? You need to play a certain number of games in order for you to develop a craft.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, man, and if you look at it, you know, as I said, the Kylian Mbappe, when they came onto the scene, they were young, you understand? But in Jamaica, we have players dominating football at 18 years old. I don't believe so that he might develop him thing. And even at that age, when you see them get a one call up to the national program and you see them get a player, you realize that they lack something. You get what I say? So the work where Mount Pleasant are put in right now, and even a Cavalier and some others you see a try thing, very good. You understand? And I think out of that the discussion you come about now because you say right now what other countries are do. Jamaica a lag behind.
Mm-hmm.
And that's a part of the reason too now why you find say JFF have to look for players elsewhere. Because we not developing players to a level. You get what I say? So JFF have to look for basically ready-made players to play for the national team when they get to a certain stage.
Okay. Somebody is saying that schoolboy football is played all over the world. And why?
Yeah, man, as I said, it has its place, you know.
Mm-hmm.
It has its place, you know. Yeah, man, it has its place, but me just feel that once you get to a certain age group, a certain age, me say 16 and above,
Mm-hmm.
if you play with big man, as I say in a layman time, if you play with, if you travel around and play against players from other regions with different style of play, that's how me see it in general.
All right, so yeah, man, that's some good points you make. But somebody is asking, what should be the main goal of schoolboy football? What do you believe should be the main goal?
Main goal.
Mm-hmm.
Main goal. Alright, so since the schools cannot act as a club, the schools cannot have players and have them going overseas to play against players from other regions because they have to study because the main objective of going to school is to get an education. So basically it's just recreational sport.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think the schools can go beyond that. If the schools try to go beyond that, who's going to finance it? And how will the schools benefit?
Mm-hmm.
Because remember, you know, in our club system, you know, when a club exports a ball, you know, the club benefits financially. So unless the school is going to go and see it as a business,
Mm-hmm.
you understand? It should remain as a recreational activity.
Yeah, because when you look at the top academies in the world, they have systems and all sort of things set up. The players learn football and they might probably learn core subject areas, but we do a whole lot of subjects and only a few students learn football, probably a 30-man squad.
Mm-hmm.
So you see and then you might have the under 16 another 30, under 14 another 30. How much is that in a school? Well, right across the island, that would be a lot, but are they properly developed in terms of are they being taught the correct things? All of them, Samir. These are the questions I would like to be answered.
Yeah, and I believe that some schools are at an advantage because some schools have
More resources.
and that is where coaching comes into play right
Mm-hmm.
there. At the young stage, and learning the fundamentals, grasping the basics. That means that by the time they get to a certain age, they will have learned the basics, and they don't have to burn all over the thing.
Mm-hmm.
So I said, I think we just need to look at the approach that we have and try to change it. I like in the world right now. That's for me. So
All right.
it's an important role to play.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
The schools can develop to a point, but the clubs.
Right. But the academies that would be linked to the clubs, they can't be nothing less than what Mount Pleasant have, because Mount Pleasant is actually running a school, even though it's an academy. They learn football, but I'm certain that they are doing some of the core subject areas.
Right.
So if the club is just there, and they're just going to the club to play football, to train, then is that the only route that they should? Is that really an academy that is linked to the club? These are the questions I would love to have answered.
You see, the thing is now, you see, based on my understanding, you see, some of the clubs, they don't have the financial backing.
That's true.
And to operate the academy properly, you're going to need finance. You're going to need money. So, but then again, in Jamaica, we don't have a football culture. We don't approach football from a business perspective, generally speaking.
Yeah.
I mean, you have some clubs that are trying. You have some people that are trying.
People are more attached to their alma mater rather than rather than the whole scope of football.
That's true that, but even at club level, how much of us as fans support a club? Because if you talk to the typical Jamaican, him follow a schoolboy football team. But if you ask a man,
which club?
Local club you follow, a man I say, yo, so I can't bother that.
Exactly.
Yeah, but I mean, football has become a global sport and it is growing, and I mean, more we watch it, more we come up with ideas, and the more we realize that what we get is just not enough to compete. And so we just need to, change up some things. As I said, I'm one present to try to overview and some others have been trying, and we need to look on it. We need to start at the grassroots. We need to pay keen attention to the grassroots.
Right.
It brings me to a wider point. Each time when I work up qualifier comes around, we're looking for ready-made players. You understand? So this is where development comes in now. We need to have players coming through the system, coming through the different age groups, matriculated too. You understand? More clubs need to export players. That means when you're ready to have our World Cup qualifiers at the senior level or a tournament, we have a larger pool of players can choose some better quality players. You know what I'm saying? All right, let's say them in general.
All right. Big up yourself for the call. Stay tuned to the show. All right.
Cool, respect.
Yeah, man. Cool. So there you have it. Caller sharing his point of view where the topic is concerned. But I mean, a whole lot of things, because, all right, if say for example we have a plethora of talents, right, and we garner these talents, where would we put these players? Because you see, when you're in an academy, in a professional academy, I said it before, you got school, you got class, go learn. And you also learn football. But is it a case where a player that is attached to a club, you train with the club for under 16, under 15, under 13, but you still have to leave, go school, go learn. So there's a disconnect between the whole Caller, good night. You're live. Welcome to the show.
Coach.
Yes, man. And CC?
Yeah.
Me go call. Mr. Brown, your name CC?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, man. Big up yourself. What say you?
The birth certificate name that.
Yeah, man. Yeah, man. What say you?
What I'm saying, coach, is the whole schoolboy football thing, right?
Mm-hmm.
I think what we should try to aspire to is extracting the talent outside of the schools
Mm-hmm.
and place them into an academic setting where
But
you really learn, you still have the school setting where you still learning, as I put it, school subject, the math, English, IT, and those subjects.
mm-hmm.
But your main focus is on even the development of football
Mm-hmm.
as a player. Because look at it like this. I think we are doing the kids an injustice in the sense that we have the school system to develop them to become doctors, lawyers, accountants, um, nurses, all of these things, right? But we don't have the facility to develop them into a professional football player. You understand? Or even we can extend to other sports, but we are focused on this now. We don't have the facility to develop them into a professional player. So you, for example, coach, me and a kid grow up and we go to the same high school. I come out and I become an accountant, chartered accountant, because I get the education and what I need and go to university. He comes out wanting to be a professional footballer. That is where his talent lies. He doesn't get to act to much. It's like he don't get the same opportunity like me to actually recognize or have a go at his dream. If you understand what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
So I think that in itself, to me, is where they need to really look and evaluate it. Because you have, just like we have kids who, them take out that, you have to, them kids they're supposed to go. Technical schools, they learn maintenance,
Right.
carpentry, electrical and things there. You have kids who move you up with, and you probably grew up with and know people to work. I think the talent that they had, the talent that they showed, they could have been far, far better, far bigger in life, in terms of being a professional football player.
Mm-hmm.
But because of the opportunity or the lack thereof of a system or a place to facilitate their development and growth, a
Mm-hmm.
lot of them end up at the wayside. You know, a lot of youth they go to school with them. Academic wise, they're not so act. But give them the ball and put the ball in foot. That is what they know. But guess what? The only glory that they have is schoolboy football. So they try to win through schoolboy football. And if the rest of the rest of them lifetime, they must tell you about schoolboy
Bragging
football.
rights. Bragging
So
rights. But but
bragging rights.
but
Because I
what's
know you when I'm all 30, 35, 40, I'm gonna tell you, oh, that's your boy in the 95 and
yeah.
all. But we don't want the man them and live in that shit. You understand?
but
The man them and
CC
live in a one thing. Hmm?
CC the whole scope is sounding like a good idea, you know, because we could very well still have schoolboy football, you know.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
But the most talented ones, hold on, the most talented ones are plucked out, like you said, and put into an academy. But the problem with that is, CC, how many well structured academy do we have in Jamaica, like a Mount
That is
Pleasant,
where
that will help those youngsters? Because all right, what if an Andre Blake was taken out of schoolboy football? He probably would matriculate, get a scholarship, go overseas, did well at his university, got drafted,
no.
and
All
he's
right,
a professional footballer.
you
That not many
understand.
of them will get will especially with what is happening now where MLS is concerned, you know. More and more
It will
it is
force us.
more difficult for Jamaicans to break through in that league.
That's exactly. But that's why I'm not a coach. We at the right time now. It's prime time now, brother. We are.
Mm-hmm.
JSF, this is the development. This is the development that I think they should have. Even if we have to go to a national academy,
Mm-hmm.
where basically, even if we have a national academy, where like JSF run this academy and they get players in, where remember a lot of people out there who are teachers who don't have a job or who don't really. You understand? We have
Mm-hmm.
so many teachers graduating and people are migrating. So this is why Mr. We can have teachers in the system that comes and teach you guys, teach or coach. So everybody have a responsibility and a role in the youth, right? But I see it as a way to a lot of youth coach because I know I've seen it with a lot of youth them talented in terms of people are talented they could have let's say talented with them hand, they're talented with them feet. So it's like we have to try and make a system where we can get the best out of these guys. And then the next thing about it is not you drop out of school for them a 16 coach because they don't have the academics and then these things. So some of the players them will have the talent as well. Then really now play schoolboy football. No? A lot of them in the streets. So if you really look into it, this is the next thing that we even have the whole situation where we can get a lot of youth something there, whether it's the island. So we have a lot of youth where we can get through the system there and enough youth will come from like the inner cities. Some of the most talented footballers come from some of the leagues, some of the places where you can know in and around the country. And if you can get a system in place where these youth can funnel through that system, you have more youths matriculating to greater things. A lot of them might not end up becoming a professional footballer, but guess what? Some might end up becoming an administrator, or some might become a agent. A lot of them will be in and around the sport. You understand what I say?
Yes.
So whether them become a coach, because guess what? Because they're learning the core subjects and a lot of these things. Some of them end up becoming a coach because they say, all right, they probably end up saying, oh, do courses where you do CONCACAF B license and then courses leading up to this pro license and these things. So some end up becoming a coach, some end up becoming an agent, some end up becoming an administrator, some end up becoming a professional footballer. You understand?
Yes.
And some end up becoming a medic, some end up becoming a physio. So there's a lot of possibilities, but we have to give the youth them a place we have Norman Manley Law School, we have the University of Technology, we have the University of West Indies. Those are for academians, people who have done medical, doctor, lawyers, accountants. So we have to give the youth them one setting like that. We have done. Them have done physios, them have done. I know you can go to school, but them have done administrators, them have done agents, them have done professional football players. All of the things them will involve sports. You understand? It's like we have a national sports academy. Just like we have UTEC and then we have the National Sports Academy of Jamaica. Isn't it? But if as I said, that's just my idea.
Yeah, but see, me kind of disagree with that part there, because gone are the days when persons used to think that a footballer should not be able to do anything else but play football. Him now if he can't read and them things.
I'm not saying they should do it, not play football alone. Remember, I'm saying to you that they would learn the same subjects and everything. It's just I'm saying they give them an equal opportunity. If a man choose football, they get the message. You have a specialized school. Remember, you have medical school. Only people who have done doctor or medical school.
Okay, I get your point now.
I'm saying to you that only persons who want to football players are in and around football will go to that school or that academy because they want.
But then CC, if that is done, you're going to have to develop different sporting academies. So a man we're good in a cricket, you have to put
Develop a multi-purpose sporting academy.
And that sounds better to me.
If we don't have the budget,
and you have different faculties.
Yeah, develop a multi-purpose sporting academy. We have the faculty of basketball, the faculty of football, the faculty of tennis. You understand?
One day if you copyright the idea, the CC. Yeah. A big idea that still,
A big idea.
Yeah, man, a big idea that.
Because it's like off the top of me, just thinking about it now, a big idea to show, man. It's something where it can facilitate national development. We have a local crime and violence thing.
No, so little still, a big thing.
It can help to change and shape the way of our economy locally and on a global scale. So the ideas like this are things that we need to actually make society better. You see me? I make the youth them to say, oh, there's opportunities and multiple avenues in order to access these opportunities.
Yeah, man. Yeah, man. Yeah, man. That's solid, CC. And big up yourself, man. Big up yourself.
Yeah, man. Big up yourself.
All right, cool. So there you have it, people. CC. Really know some solid points, solid ideas. On ways how to, develop. People, guess who is calling? Let us hear. Claudine, welcome to the coach's desk.
Hey, Coach. Good night.
Good night.
Not to be a party pooper, but question. Football and the JFF and FIFA. Now, I hear CC's idea, but the problem is this: the legalities. If you're going to build these academies and these places, who controls them? Is it government funds? Does it fall under the JFF umbrella, or does it fall under the government umbrella? Because if you're talking about building schools, you're talking about the government and taxpayers' money. At the end of it, when FIFA does its thing, government is not involved. So how do you bridge this gap? Because fundamentally, the question you ask about schoolboys football, schools were never built to nurture footballers or whatever, because you have the netballers, you have all the other games, both for male and females in the school. It was supposed to be recreational, and then later on, when we became more evolved, PE, because it's part of healthy mind and body, blah blah blah. But and then greedy people saw the possibility of making money. So the ISAs and these people came up with this other thing, in which the school benefits a little, ISA benefits a little. So the whole concept of developing our football thing should never fall under the umbrella of schools, because we don't have the money or the place. We don't have the money or the structure for it, because schools were never built for that. And the other thing, again, that we should consider, and we are coming up with these beautiful ideas, is how do we bankroll this? Who will invest in it? Will it be ISA? Will it be the bank? Will it be the government? Because a lot of parents don't send their children out to become footballers or cricketers or whatever.
Yeah,
they send the kids to school to learn, to get to become lawyers and doctors and Indian and chiefs.
But
so how are you going to get these parents to put their children in academies?
But I mean,
and then the other part of it, pardon?
I mean, if sports is done in school as a part of the curriculum, I would say that they would have sent their children to learn these things in school, because it's part of the curriculum. And what if the child...
when I was going to school and sports, my mom was like, no. When they said stuff about sports stuff, my mom was like, no.
Yeah, because...
to school to do this.
Yeah, because I think the mindset the mindset...
that sports is a part of the curriculum.
Yes, and sports has now become a viable...
healthy mind and body.
Yes, and sports has now become a viable business. I think that's one of the issues, we don't take it.
I asked the question. It's not. Is it the schools were not it's the schools were not designed to develop footballers and all the other things. It is a byproduct.
Yeah, but
it should be is where the kids go, they learn, talents are identified, and then it is the JFF that should then, when these kids are identified, it should fall under the umbrella of the JFF.
I don't think
programs
Claudine,
these kids.
Claudine, I don't believe that it is only under the JFF it should fall. They should play a part, right? But the clubs also have a responsibility, like what Mount Pleasant is doing, and that is as a result of them having an investor coming in to invest money in developing an academy so that a cadre of players can come and be developed. So every
coach,
yes.
There's also another factor that is being left out.
Mm-hmm.
What about the kids who come from the ghettos and these other things, who can't afford to pay for academies and pay for this? You can't even give these children breakfast in the morning. What happened to them?
Yeah, but if they are talented,
who invest in them? How do they come out?
If they are talented and they're in high school and a particular academy sees them, of course somebody's gonna invest in them. I guarantee you that. Many of the sports, many of the students.
Hold on. Talking about, that's the problem. I'm asking, who's gonna fit the bill? Is it that's why I ask, is it the government? Is it the private sector? Who?
You can have private investors. Remember, it doesn't have to be the government. It doesn't have to be.
Jamaica don't even have enough ambulance for them hospital down there. So my question is, where do we get the money? Who? Is it going to fall on the government, FIFA, JFF? Who?
That's a good question that I can't answer, but I can say to you that investors will come on board once they see that there's a good enough way of getting these talented youngsters out, and then they are going to be in it for the all. Of course, I believe that investors will come on board. JFF has a part to play, I believe, in developing. I think they should develop their own national academy.
1 second, coach. Cataract.
Mm-hmm.
I say ghettos. You don't know what a ghetto looks like, Cataract. You ever been in one? Were you ever born in one? Do you know how they live? A ghetto. I some little shandy. Me not get no political correct name.
Cataract, watch it, you know. Claudia, don't take care, you know. But back to the argument.
Don't drop it tonight.
But back to the argument, Claudine. I do believe that if the Schoolboy has a league, which was put on by the principals, and clubs see top players in that league, they can draft these players into their academy. That's why I say the clubs would be responsible. Or if the JFF would have a national academy, then they will pull out some of these youngsters out of the competition and bring them into the academy and then continue to nurture their talent. With this happening, schoolboy football will not be thrown away, you know. It's just that the best talent from the competition will be taken out and further developed.
No, I'm not knocking it in a coach. I'm not knocking it. I'm just saying who, because look at our athletes. They come from the school system.
Mm-hmm.
Shelly Ann and all these other people, they came from the system. But what I'm saying is this: who will be the one? Where will it fall under? Because currently schools fall under the Ministry of Education.
Mm-hmm.
Who will take concept of these youngsters? Will it fall under JFF? If it falls under JFF, does it fall under FIFA?
But that's the question. Yeah, but I've answered the question.
Structure such a thing.
I've answered the question.
And where the money comes from and who pays for it?
JFF can get involved by having a national academy, or clubs can get involved by recruiting the players, drafting them out of the schoolboy football, putting them in their academies that they have to further develop these players. That is my answer. But you see,
I see the concept, coach. Trust me, I do. I see the concept, and like I've been on management program, and currently, they're encouraging others to come back, donate time, and I'm willing to donate, to put in, as I said, management. I'll be the first to donate my little change in such a project. But my question is this: if the JFF, currently as structured, cannot be trusted with money, who is going to be in charge of this? Because the schoolboy stuff has escalated from pleasure, fun, camaraderie. It gives the kids a sense of pride. Look at even now, years after leaving school, brain drain. You can't tell him anything about Calabar. And if he has $2 on Calabar, he's that devoted enough to give back to his school. Now, for the football academy that is being proposed, which is a good thing, my concept is, how will we get this kind of
private investors? Private investors are the clubs. Private investors are the clubs.
Yes, private investors, but you're talking about where. But I'm going back to again. Where does it? What umbrella will it fall under?
No, I mean the JFF
because
is. Well, hold on.
Know Jamaica and its structures, that you'll have 110 people saying yes, I'm there, and then when the money comes, nobody gives an account. When you ask, they'll tell you it's none of your business.
I don't know about
FIFA be in charge of this.
No, FIFA can't be in charge. A man start his academy through partnership or private investing. I mean, that can't go under FIFA. The JFF will give some guidelines on what an academy should be like, the structure of the academy. But I don't think the money will have anything to do with them. No, a private investor come and start his academy. It has nothing to do with JFF. A club, when Mount Pleasant is running their academy, it has nothing to do with the JFF. Even though they would have fall under, they would have to go by certain standards set out by the JFF. But when it comes to the finances, the JFF has nothing to do with that. If you understand what I'm saying. If people are investing, they're going to be investing in these.
Like, it's the schoolboy system, I think, with all its faults and warts, it has served its purpose in terms of it's a way of identifying talent, because we've been doing this from the kids, from we're in private, from basic school, in which you line up to play, to play all the little games that we do. You can identify a child through the school system, like Cece says, and this person matric. You see the talent and you put them elsewhere. But my problem is this: when such a thing comes, will there be enough? Will there be enough that the kid that comes from Rima Jungle, Gully, will these kids be able to benefit from such a thing? Will they be a part of it? Because if their parents can't find sugar to make a cup of tea, how will these kids survive in this?
But I answered that earlier, Claudia.
If in the schools, even in school, there is a structure. There's a certain level.
But
even though it's
But Claudia,
there's a certain level.
Claudia,
what's going to happen to these kids? How will they be incorporated in such a thing?
It's easy. Somebody like you who sees and knows that a child is in need from a distance, you can or you can call persons who are involved in the club or the academy and say, I am willing to give my money to someone who is in need and ensure that that child is taken care of. It's easy. I don't think it's hard to do that. But you'd have to do the necessary checks and balances to ensure that the money is well spent. I think that is the issue you're having. How will the money be spent? And I definitely can't answer that. The investor will have to ensure that he or she follows up on stuff like these.
Yeah, but as I said, we can identify certain areas, but it's a bigger thing because we can dream big, but we have got to also remember that Jamaica is still a third world country.
Yeah, a rich third world country.
It would be the diaspora who would have to invest in such a thing, in which we're already start trying to come up with ways of giving back. But the thing is this, like I said, who will it fall under? Who will control such a thing?
Yeah, but I answer that.
When it comes to money, when they smell money, here comes the shark.
Claudia, I answer you every time you ask the question, Let me try to understand if you're asking the question that I'm answering. When you say who will be responsible for that, who will be responsible for what?
For structure, when it comes, where does it fall under?
What? When what comes?
Okay, say we come up with an academy.
Mm-hmm.
So it would have to be private. This would have to be private. It won't be involved with the government.
No, it does not. An academy doesn't have to involve the government. An academy I told you I answered it before in the day. Academy can be developed by the JFF or the clubs can develop. Right now, a club has an academy in Mount Pleasant, and there are a lot of other privately run academies in Jamaica.
Okay, if it falls under the JFF, who does the JFF answer to? Because our JFF, as it's currently structured, really, you want to put that much more power in their hands?
Well, it's up to them if they are going to develop an academy. They don't have to, but it's up to them. So it's not like we are putting power in their hands. It's up to them.
Ooh, it's a great idea, beautiful concept, but it's the going forward is the problem. Because if it falls under these incompetent people, then it will take 2 steps forward and 10 steps back. I'm not saying it's an impossible thing because it's something that, I've already seen. And we're saying to management, ask these guys if they're willing to come back, start a camp. I'll give the first 50. A couple of other people there said, yeah, we'll give 2. But it has to be, it won't, this would be more like a 10-year or a lifetime project. Involved in the JFF, I'm very reluctant in even thinking along that line. Because as it is currently structured, Jamaicans would have to get up and decide. The JFF as it is isn't going to work. And if the parish council is involved, then it's some semblance of government and not some semblance of corruption again. But of course it's needed. But my problem is this: who will take charge of it? The funds that are there, yes, there are people in the diaspora who are willing to go forward because we see the need in not just the football in terms of that, in the crime, in giving kids an opportunity to dream big and to achieve something. So it's just more, it's even more than football. And yes, I like the ideas, but I'm still saying, where the money is going to come from?
Private investors.
Because you're talking about our country who just the other day were donating money to whichever hospital for them to buy basic stuff like soap, gloves, sanitizer.
Yeah, man.
We don't even have 3 ambulances in an hospital. So I'm saying again, the academy is a good thing, but who will be in charge of?
The clubs, Claudine, the clubs, or if the JFF decides to build a national academy, they will be in charge. We can't go around that one.
Oh, shut up, Cataract, and go find a chair and sit down.
Claudine, we have some other calls coming in, So Thanks for your input.
Coach.
Yeah, man. Caller, good evening. Welcome to the show. Hello?
Hello?
Mute that background there, caller.
Yeah, man. I'm calling from the US, man. I'm calling from Florida.
Yeah, man. Thanks for calling. What say you?
Yeah, listen to what that lady is saying, man. Listen, listen to me. A lot of people come and talk, listen with the JFF control all the football in Jamaica. All football fall under their portfolio. If they want to go into international because they represent the international football, right? Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, man, we're hearing you.
Hello?
Yes, caller, we're hearing you.
Hearing you clearly.
Yes, man, loud and clear.
Okay, listen now. I hear this guy saying, calling from New York about this schoolboy football.
Mm-hmm.
This schoolboy football is designed as a feeder for club. I guess he's so young.
It's designed for feeder of a club.
You see, Mount Pleasant is from St. Ann.
Hold on, caller. Let me ask.
Close to where I'm from, Discovery Bay.
Caller.
Hold on, this is what I'm saying to you.
No, man, I need to ask you a question.
Football, I know that plays quite well. It's in Runaway Bay, right? That's where that club is from. You used to have Volvo from St. Anne's Bay, Black Star from Ocho Rios. They used to own by private people. Right? The Bauxite Company used to play their own league as a feeder to the Jamaica Football Federation. But because the Bauxite them is not in operation, a lot of things been falling apart. G.C. Foster College was built for academic, for college, for sports. That's what it was built for. I know when it was built in the 70s. I know when it was built. That's why they built it. Right? If the football don't come under the portfolio of the J, you can play no international competition. Whether you want to like them or not, they are responsible for all football in Jamaica. That's what you have to tell them, Coach Mendes. You can't go around the JFF. They are the representative of FIFA. So I don't know what that lady is stressing about and things like that. I'm talking about people send their children to school to be lawyer and doctor. In the United States, the richest guys them there are sport people. They don't use all those degrees to get no job. They used to have people go around and recruiting people to go to high schools. It just recently, since in 92, they upgrade those junior secondaries to high school. Not the high school, not buying players to play football no more. I know those days when they used to go around clubs and recruiting players to go to high schools. These people are young, they don't know nothing what they're talking about, man. They need to go and read and talk to people who been since this YouTube channel coming. The bloggers make all this platform and people been and things like that, and you cannot tell them nothing. They just born the other day. I was talking to you the other day that I used to live in England. I used to go to Manchester, watch Manchester United, Sheffield Wednesday, Sheffield United, Manchester City, Liverpool, all those clubs I used to watch. I've been watching England football from in the 60s. These guys just start to learn about English football. You realize that, Mendes?
It's Minzy. It's Minzy.
Minzy.
Yeah, man.
You remember, this is the guy who wrote you, and I was telling you that the better football club in Europe is Germany. England only have good commentary. England football is no good. Germany has won World Cup so many times. England only won World Cup one time, and I watched that game in 1966 before you were born. The number one club in England at one time was Liverpool. Manchester City and Manchester United just coming up. I go there all the time and watch football, man.
All right, caller. We appreciate your call, but more calls are coming in, so we're gonna open the line for others to call in.
Yeah, man, I appreciate you listening to what I'm saying, man. But you gotta tell the caller that the JFF, all football clubs fall under their portfolio, and for you to go to international football, they are a part of FIFA. And you can't go nowhere without them. So nice talking to you, man.
All right, cool.
I'm gonna continue listening to your program.
All right, thanks, man.
We have some other.
All right, we see some other folks who are calling in. You can call back now. The line is free. All right, Sean.
Hey, coach, what's up?
What's up, Sean?
Hey, so this thing regarding schoolboy football and development is very complicated for a lot of reasons. A lot of persons might think it's very simple until they actually get in the trenches and get involved in a sporting program. Then they can realize how some of the simplest things that we might take for granted turn out to be extremely complicated. I'll give you an easy example. I'm a track and field man, and you do track and field and football. I can tell you that in a lot of these high schools, the gym is a resource that the teams fight over all the time, because when a Manning Cup season, the Manning Cup man them take over the gym, and them not getting out until around late November, but yet track and field need to use the gym, etc., etc. So during the season, it is a big deal. Like, you literally have two teams fighting over the use of a gym. Now imagine extending schoolboy football to where we say it's not the big 3 or 4 months. It's going to be a 6 months thing. How a track and field team and a football team is going to share a gym for that long of a time when they couldn't even do it for 3 months. So it's not as simple as persons think. Another topic or another point is, as far as development is concerned, one of the problems is that we have a lot of entities. We have the JFF, that is a regulatory body. We have ISA, which is an educational institution, and then you have the clubs that are all about the money. And none of these entities are championing the development of youth players, because JFF is all about regulation, the schools is about education, and the clubs really don't want to play younger players because they want to win. No, they don't have no time for future development, etc., etc. But I think a good a working environment would be if we had all 3 entities come together and create an academy, which I heard CC speaking about earlier, where ISA could say, okay, we are going to run Manning Cup for 3 or 4 months, and then after the Manning Cup season, the best players from the Manning Cup will then transition to the national academy. So after Manning Cup, you don't have to have the players in the school fighting for limited resources within the school. So I think it can be a thing where all three entities come together. It is ISA, the clubs, and JFL. And at the end of the day, I heard the caller, I don't remember her name. I think it was Claudine saying, who is going to pay for all this? And that is what it comes down to. I heard you say, well, it can be private persons or private investors. I don't know if you mean just the average man on the street,
No, it can't. It can't be the average man.
Huh?
It can't be the average man. It would be like something like a takeover like that happened at Mount Pleasant. Some real oil money.
Yes. It has to be. It cannot be a philanthropic endeavor where a man just have to give a donation just because
it's bigger than
that's not going to work.
Yeah, bigger than that.
Something for the investor at the end of the day, and that is why I think it's the perfect opportunity for clubs to take on the development of young players, because a young player is coming up. That young player gets spotted by a team overseas in the UK or wherever, and that young player is transferred to that big club, or however, the investor can now get a part of that transfer fee. So it has to be a situation where all three entities come together, where they are not fighting for limited resources. One entity is not stepping on the other entity's toe, or you're not having the JFF tell you, say, boy, I'm not responsible for schoolboy football, that is ISA thing. And you're not have ISA telling you, well, we are not responsible for developing professional athletes. This is a learning environment. And you don't have a club that tell you, say, well, look, we want to win and we want to win now. So I think all three entities need to come together.
But Sean, sometimes the investors, Sean, sometimes the investors coming in and they are all about winning as well, and they are investing their money, so they're expecting winnings, and that's what I believe happened at the high schools. The old boys are investing a whole lot of money, pumping in, paying coaches, feeding programs, all of these things, and then the school is not winning. So I think that is one of the things that is actually, causing some of the issues, because they want the best players. So the management team or the technical team, they go out and recruit. And we are saying this, and I am not saying that schoolboy football should stop, because we can't allow that to happen. But in terms of the best players or the better players, they should be a part of a club system or a part of an academy that will further develop their talent.
Yeah, and I'm glad you mentioned the old boy side of it and how they want to win and they want to win now. Because one of the things I heard you say is that we could pull the best players from the schoolboy team and make them a part of the national academy. Now, one of the things that we have to do is make sure that we have an agreement, and one entity is not stepping on the other entity's toe. Because imagine you have a school like any one of the big money club team them that their old boy association is very deep, right, and very long. Imagine during the middle, or just let's say an inconvenient time during the Money Cup season, the National Academy is going to play a game and is going to pull their star player from the Money Cup team to go play for the National Academy. I can tell you that the old boys are not going to have that.
Exactly.
So it has to be an agreement where all of three entities come together, work out schedules, work out resources, so that it can be a seamless transition where one entity is not stepping on the other entity's toe.
Yeah, man. And that's it.
Again, to finalize the last point, a national academy that starts after the end of the Money Cup season. All right, thank you for having me. I'm all cool.
All right, big up yourself, Sean, for that call. All right, there you have it, people. Sean in the building, the man with the big punchline. It's the coach, the coach, the coach. Big up. Stan Cranky, big up yourself and welcome.
Big up. Good night, Coach. How you doing?
I'm not too bad, here laughing, enjoying the show.
Yeah, I have to call on this line because I don't get a chance to talk anymore.
Mm-hmm.
So I'll try to get my 5 minutes in through the phone because I can't get to the program because some people come in your program not call on me and they want to talk to and two over by themselves. So I'm not going to do a soliloquy. All I'm going to say is this, is that there are a lot of great ideas that are out there in terms of what we need to do to improve the football in general. I do think there's a lot of conflict involved though, right? So you have the whole idea of the school and programs been running for a very long time who have no desire to change or should want to change given they are accomplishing their objectives. They're providing academics to the students. They're playing sports. Those organizations that are supported by alumni who want bragging rights, who want to support their school, who want to feel pride and good about themselves. They're going to support their program. It's embedded. It's not going to change. Then you have the whole view of, well, the football is not being developed as we'd like it to develop. And we're not being able to move kids on, especially the better players, from high school to the more senior teams and be able to compete on a global basis, just like our track and field athletes. My idea would be that, I think Sean made some very good points actually, is that you have to think about how do we can't follow any other country about how they operate. Because the one thing we all agree upon, we don't have resources to do a lot of things we like to do, right? Resources solve a lot of problems. We don't have the resources to solve all those problems. So the question is, how do we work collectively, almost like a union, to achieve a common cause, even though we have conflicts embedded in the structures we have today? So I'm not sure ISA, what they have today works, right? They educate kids, the kids compete in sports, which has developed them as young people, and hopefully they graduate to someplace better, right? They can go into society and be productive citizens. The national team may not benefit as much because the players are not being developed in the manner you want them to. So I think a combination of I'm not going to say it's JFF because unless we get a new JFF coach, the JFF can't fix themselves. Might just go work with it to go fix Schoolboy football or fix football in general. I do think you need private organizations, those who have aspirations or resources to start academies, working with ISA, and hopefully a football body running by individuals who are competent and who are visionary and who have a clear mission of what they're trying to achieve. And if the collective work together, hopefully we can progress the football. But you got to start from scratch. It's almost like you're starting over. Get a clean sheet of paper. We have something we call kill the company. You kill the football you have today, meaning you're going from scratch about what it should look like, what you want it to look like, and you put a formula in place and put a structure in place and operationalize it to achieve your objective. But right now, as we all agree upon, what we have today is not optimum. It doesn't work as we want it to work. But we have to find solutions. But I don't think any previous model, whether it's the U.S. system where you have Division I college football, where people matriculate to the pros, or even in college, what they call it soccer or football here, where you go on to the MLS, or in England we have the academies, who have a lot of resources. We can't really emulate any of those as they operate today, but we can try to incorporate from them something that they do really well, with given resources we can leverage, and try to use that to think about how we move forward.
Okay. Yeah, man. Solid points there, Cranky. So,
well, of course, I don't want to take up too much time, of course. I mean, I'm 5 minutes done. I think the 5 minutes threshold.
Yeah, about another 40 seconds. I don't know if you want to say anything. Utilize it.
Yeah, look, I want to say something to concept. Somebody in the chat is giving me a hard time and giving the franchise or hard time. We don't talk the concept, coach. We are realists.
Okay.
The concept is an idea.
Yeah.
And if you consider yourself to be an idea, then you know matter enough. The idea die, my dog. We are realists. So I'm not.
All right. Big up yourself, man.
Right, coach.
Yeah, thanks for calling.
Yeah, man.
Hey, you see you shutter? Boy, I thought you said no Soliquay. I think you're easy. Chevron Beard, what's up, man? Welcome to the show.
Night, man. Night, coach. What's up, man?
Yeah, we did.
Yeah, you
What
know
say
how
you?
I've had this issue with this particular topic for a while now. Me and Formula kind of share the same view on this end. But I heard some persons speak based in the chat. I think there's a conflict. So I hear a person stating that in order for the schoolboys to develop better, we would have to extend the football season. But we'd have to come to a resolution. Is it that we want the schools to be the number one place for development, or is the clubs? Because if it's the clubs, then you can't extend the schoolboy football season.
Right.
And if it's the clubs, then if it's the school that wanted to do, then that means you're not going to put the blame on the clubs, because the clubs are not going to have the players for an extended period. So that is the first thing that has to be rectified. We have to find out, and I believe it's the club. It can't be the schools, because based on how the schools are set up, their main interest is to win. And if you're talking about development, winning is not the main goal when you're talking about development. So that's just my 2 cents there. I said we have to come to a realization as to which one is most important.
All right. Welcome to Neo Sovereign. He's online. Go ahead, Neo. What say you? Go ahead, Neo.
All right. Okay. Good night, coach. Good night, panelists.
Night.
Yeah, man. We're hearing you, Neo. We're hearing you.
Okay, I think I get in some kind of echo.
All right. Do you have the feed listening to? You probably need to mute the background, if that's the case.
Okay. All right. I have muted it, coach. I'm sorry about that. I think I was getting some feedback there.
Okay. You're still getting the feedback?
Can you hear me, coach?
Yeah, man. I'm hearing you clearly,
No, not anymore.
All right. Go ahead.
Okay, cool. Yeah, man. No, coach. I was just saying, and I'm not going still. I just wanted to say that we can't throw the baby with the bathwater. We can't reinvent the wheel. Schoolboy football has been around for, you say, 100 years. I'm not sure if that's the exact number of years. But, just the realization that most of the quality players that we have now, and quality in quotation, of course, came out of the Schoolboy, program. I think that what one of the things that we need to remember is that the whole idea and desire to develop players is something that is recent. I mean, 5 years ago, 6 years ago, people in Jamaica were not talking about developing players. People, this is a whole new concept now that we realize that we have to start with these kids from they're very young. And, people are saying academies, etc., etc. But we just don't have enough academies in Jamaica. And until we have lots of players that are being sold or transferred to Europe or wherever, we're not going to attract the dollars that we need to do, for all of those academies that we want to be there.
Right.
So what we have to do is to take the steps that we can take in order to make the schoolboy football better. And then the truth is that, it's going to take incremental steps. And so what we need to do is for all of the parties involved, namely the JFF, ISA, the schools, the old boys, all of us here who are participating, in your program, the fans, we have to take incremental steps to improve the schoolboy football and to improve development of football. And so, this brainstorming that everybody's going through is a good thing. But I think it's naive to say you have to have it one way or the other. What we should be doing, I think, the discussion should be, how do we reform the system in such a way to make sure that we can get the best development possible? And just lastly, I would say, a lot of people say, well, you can't compare boys champs and track and field to Jamaican football, schoolboy football. There was a time when Jamaican track and field school programs were not doing so great. What it took was a lot of hard work by people over many years, and we developed a system where, track and field is a year-long thing. I mean, I remember waking up early in the morning and catching a bus to go country to go participate in one track meet or the other, and the whole year until we got the boys champs, right? The point is they don't have that same tradition within the football system, and that's something that can be done. That's something that can be implemented. So I'm not going to stay on the line too long. All I'm saying is incremental steps, redesign, reform. All of the parties have to come together, share these ideas, and we can come up with a solution that's better for us here in Jamaica.
Yeah, and just want to point this out, Neil. I don't think persons are saying we should stop schoolboy football, because I don't think it should stop. But the better players should be taken out and be developed further, rather than having them competing against the ones that are at a lower standard, so to speak.
Coach, I think one thing
I agree 100%, coach.
Yeah, man. All right, so that's it that you want to share with us, right?
Well, just one last thing.
Yeah, man.
To that point that you said. As I said before, in my opinion, you can have a two-tier system in schoolboy football. You can have a situation where you have the schools become affiliated with the clubs, with academies. I mean, there are a whole bunch of creative ways to do that, and to make sure that the cream of the crop matriculates into the places that there ought to be. In fact, maybe we could lower the age for schoolboy football until it's nobody above the age of 17 or, whatever it is. But the point is those things can be done. But let me jump off.
All right.
Respect everybody.
Yeah, man. Big up yourself, Neo Sovereign, or resident attorney. Before you say anything, Siobhan, we're coming right to you. Big up to Cataract for joining. I see Clive Smith is saying how many kids that dominate champs go to dominate as a professional. And the same thing could be said about the footballers. Many of them dominate at DaCosta and Manning Cup, and they have not matriculated. Some go on scholarship and they are lost in the system. So the truth can be said about either track and field or football. What I can say is that many children, they don't want to be a professional. Many of them want to get the opportunity to get that paper, that degree, and just do away with sports. I have the talent. I'm going to just use the talent to accomplish that part or aspect of my life. I kid you not. So some of these, the champ star that you have seen, many of them will not matriculate. Some of the Manning Cup star that you have seen, a lot of them will not matriculate. And because of a plethora of variables. Yes, Siobhan, go ahead.
Yeah, what I was trying to say is that persons using the comparison that our high school developed some of our best athletes. But what they have to realize is that, because I went to a traditional high school, to JC, so as you know, we were one of the top high schools athletic wise. The reason why I believe the athletes are developing that particular is because they train throughout the entire year. So training starts. You start training before school opens, and even after champs finishes, they're still training. Whereas with football, if your team drops out in the first round, training finishes after the first round. So it's only the top schools that actually goes throughout the entire training itself. So I think it would be unfair to compare the two of them together.
Yes, Cataract, what say you? Or before you go, we have a call online. You want me to take the call, or all right? Caller, go ahead. You're live.
Yes, coach. Yeah. Yeah, so I've been sitting here listening and reading the comments, and I always find this conversation to be a weird topic because, and then for me, like I'm one of those persons who gets annoyed, like reading some of the comments, and because my thing is, a lot of people don't seem to comprehend that schools are for education. Schools are not for professional sports. It's students who do sports in school. As a caller said earlier, it's like recreational, recreational involvement, and it's not every.
So hold on, caller. Caller, hold on.
In school, who have an interest in being.
Let me ask you a question. So you said school is for what? Learning? That's what you said initially?
Yes. Yes. That's what it's primarily for.
So you wouldn't consider sports as a part of education? There's a lull.
From a like a physical education standpoint.
So wouldn't you consider sports a part of education?
Yeah, as a complement to that, yeah.
Caller, no compliment. That don't see it as a compliment. But continue.
But schools are primarily for learning. I mean, that can't be
but sports is a part of learning. Sports is a part of learning.
But schools are not set up for professional sport.
No, we're not saying it is set up for professional sport.
No, but that's what I'm saying. I'm not like when I read some of the comments in these type of discussion. Some people think that it's almost like the school is a club also.
No, but no one is saying that because well, I'm not saying that no one is saying that, but from the arguments I'm getting is that the Schoolboy, many persons are saying that. Well, some people are saying it is good for development. Some are saying it is not good for development because the school should not be developing footballers. So I'm not certain if I got that from.
Yeah, that's my point.
I'm not certain if I got that from what the people are saying. But continue.
Yeah, I agree with that. But another thing is that I think the mere fact that we can be talking about whether Schoolboy football tying that to development, it kind of shows like where we are with football. Because schools don't have nothing to do with football development. You understand? And the other thing is, I think it's like, I'm not sure how to put it. It's kind of like, you know how they would say like putting the cart before the horse? Because you see, we don't even really have a football culture in the island. So we don't have a viable professional league. So where these people who are, where they're gonna apply the trade, what they're gonna earn. I think the conversation should be about the viability of a professional league, and then it trickles down from there.
All right, we're hearing you, man. We're listening. We're just listening. You're making your points.
Right. And I just heard somebody say not long ago. I think there was a comparison with the football and track and field. See, one of the differences also with track and field, you don't need track and field don't need a professional league, like a professional club system, like a track and field athlete could just succeed on his own or her own. You know, football is not like that. And then so it go back to my earlier point that we don't have a viable club system. So talking about like youth development is like it's not making a lot of sense to me. But you know, I'm not going to take up the line, so I'll just leave it at that.
All right, thanks for calling, man. All right, cool.
Yeah.
Coach. Yes, Katara, go ahead. But hold on. What before you said that, me see Uncle Devon, Coach Devon is saying that. Let me read the comment that he has there. That sports is a form of learning, but not a part of the educational curriculum. I put it to you, Sir Devon Porter, Coach, that sports is a part of the educational curriculum. I kid you not. Go ahead, Cataract.
So, Coach, I want to, before I take this historical program, I want to congratulate you for putting your life on the line. Because, some people get very crazy when it comes to school sports in Jamaica. They are worse than Boca River Plate Derby. So for anyone to even think about saying something different about schoolboy or schoolgirls sports, schoolboys in particular, Coach, you might need to hire extra security. So first of all, you are incorrect. Sports is an integral part of learning.
And he continues.
Extracurricular activities are an integral part of learning. I give you an example.
Cataract, can you give us some volume? You still sound like you.
I'm still low.
And sound like there's an echo. Do you have your reverb on? Probably need to.
I try to balance it. You still getting an echo?
No, I like a hollow sound.
Oh, I'm putting
there's a cataract move out the furniture.
No,
right,
but let me just. I want to,
probably give us some volume then, Cataract, so we can hear clearer. Give us some volume.
Are you hearing me?
Yeah, I'm hearing you, but I mean, some persons are saying.
Are you hearing me
you
now?
can go closer to the talkerphone.
Are you hearing me now?
Yeah, it sound better. Yes.
It sound better now. Okay,
yeah.
Fine. So, Coach, I hear myself better. I give the first example. Chess. The learning of playing chess is an integral part of learning critical thinking and mathematics and the ability to think forward. Learning to play the piano, for example, helps students with fractions in mathematics. I'll just give you 2 examples. Learning a team sport gives a child a better development about discipline, learning, because you have to learn the plays. So, for example, I'm speaking widely, not just the Devon. When you talk to somebody who's playing American football, example, they have to learn that big, thick playbook and remember it. The same goes with football. You have to remember what the coach has instructed you, or the basketball. When the coach draws up a play, you have to remember the plays. You have to remember what this signal means. So I disagree, Devon. Sport is an integral part of learning, integral part of developing a child into a holistic adult. And if we lose that, we lose the very essence. And that goes with other extracurricular activities. Parents who talk about music and a part of learning, and when you take away a child, what is called self-actualization. Shatton, get that word. Self-actualization. When you allow a child to fulfill their innate, God-given talent and bring it to fruition. So whether it be badminton, table tennis, track and field, cricket, DJ, playing guitar, playing drum, any of those things, you develop a whole drama, ballet, the works. And when any school that doesn't have extracurricular activities are going to be turning out broken kids. So let's just get that myth out of the way. So sports is not an option.
sport is not an option. So I want to start there, coach. I want to give you something that somebody said earlier about the GFF and ISA. ISA, like the NCAA, is responsible for all sports in educational institutions. GFF can't tell ISA nothing. However, they do have a working relationship. So they get, for example, the referees, the linesmen, they get them, those are professional now. Remember before it used to be just some man around the way used to referee the game in the schoolboy football. They have stepped up that standard. And so they use the JFF or the FIFA approved referees, right? And that has elevated the standard of the officiating of the game. But JFF can't tell you none of it. And the same goes for NCAA because there is more money in the school sport than there is the professional sport. Whether it's cricket, basketball, football, track. Probably only track, but no, track have more. Because Jamaica National Championship don't run like, oh, boys and girls champs finally run. That I observe that. That's not a track and field aficionado. So I want to say, let us begin the conversation by what it is we would like the end product to coach. And I think that one of the end product that I want to see people is that football, track, basketball, cricket, netball, a professional sporting endeavor is a good, wholesome profession. Like a nurse, like a teacher, like a police, some might argue about the police, like the doctor, and it must be treated likewise. You would never stop a child from going to become a doctor. And we must start by that by saying a professional athlete is a good, wholesome profession. Sport is a business, like a recreation. Sport is a business for which you can get sponsorship and you can build your house, you can feed your family, and you can take care of things. Now I'll go too far for that. I don't know if you agree. See the other panelists have a shade there, but I'm going to make some other man come in. We just want to lay that background. I want to begin where I think is incorrect. Coach, there are 161 secondary schools, public secondary schools in Jamaica, of which 10 of them, well, no, let me start. 4 of them, 0 students graduated with a single subject at CSEC. 0. Not one of the people there graduate with a single pass at CSEC. I don't want to name and shame, but the worst at the bottom was Robert Lightburn in St. Thomas. Where? Coach, the whole of the family Robert Lightburn, coach. I was in 2 subjects in tech, maths and English, those who could. And everybody failed. Everybody. So to believe that you only go to school to get an academic certification is a poor basis to start. You can be vocational. You can be a carpenter, a mason, a great painter, artist, we call it ceramics person. But for our purpose, you can be a great footballer, and that must be allowed to develop. Coach, I tell you, I have a lot of cousins in England play professional football. And I can tell you this. All of them were in professional academies by the time they were age 10. Every single one of them. What Managing at D-Cup and Manny Cup, they were doing at age 12.
That's the difference.
So the gap is huge. You have heard, I pontificated about Anthony Grant. There's Nathan Blake, right? One of my brethren, two of them come up in a Chelsea academy, right? And Nathan did it from 8 and John from 7. What you learn between 7 and 12, you can't coach a youth in a 2 years of mind up and pick up. The bad habits, the game understanding will be gone. So I begin by believing we start too late. And unless we start from the primary school system, we have a problem. So I just yield here, because I'm a monologue, I want to hear something, and then we'll talk about the ideas. And I'm going to start with a very show gap coach. I went to coach a little at Vauxhall, right? And at the time, that was when I was coaching with Recreation, the principal asked me to come in and coach. I said, listen, every boy pick that love football, come. Every one of them. As long as you love the sport, you come. All right. You see this 23 and it's 30, yeah, them can kick. But out of that coach, you have some little nerd who will be the stats man. You understand? You practice massage. You start learning something we call emergency EMT for the Red Cross. So make some of them go train with the Red Cross to do at least how to lift a stretcher. You understand? So that even though you can't play the game, there are so many careers within the game. Coach, you have to be trained to be a kick man.
Say that again.
You have to be trained to be a kick man at a professional club. You can't just walk, I can't jump around the corner and eat a food and be a kick man. Because
the thing about it in a cataract, many people see physical education as running up and down. But I see it as a science.
Of course.
And there are viable careers, as you mentioned, that can derive from students' participation in this subject area. I am not saying that everybody is going to be a footballer by doing the subject. No. But there are sports lawyers, there are sports doctors, there are physiotherapists, a whole lot of things that can come out of being someone who is inclined in doing things concerning sports. So, of course, it is a part of the curriculum.
Wait, coach, I think
persons believe that people, the narrative has been said over and over in time gone that if you can't read, go take up a ball or whatever, go play some ball. Like people them when can't read, go play a ball. I debunk that theory because I don't believe it. I don't subscribe to it. You know what I mean?
All right, coach. I would like to say
go
something. Yeah. What Cataract saying is really important because I think our school's main mission is not towards sports. Our education system is not geared. It's only geared towards persons becoming a doctor, a lawyer, the traditional jobs. And our society has it that if you're not coming out to be one of those, you're a failure. If I'm lying, they can tell me. Because even physical education in schools, there isn't much importance placed on it. You have a parent who might tell a child that, hey, you don't have to go PE. You don't have to do a certain subject. But if you tell them to miss out a maths or English class, then you tell them the parent will kill them. So it all goes back to the education and then the mindset of persons have of sports in Jamaica. Because really and truly, majority of Jamaican parents don't see sports as a relatable. They don't see it as a subject, as a way for somebody to actually live their life in the future. Everybody say sports are a waste of time.
It's not viable according to them.
Exactly. And it goes back to education. It just goes back to the education, not only education, the exposure itself. Because persons are not seen. The only successful sports persons that Jamaicans see are Olympics time. Nobody is really showing a Usain Bolt's lifestyle. Nobody is showing this. Nobody is showing that. So if a child is not really going out of his way to see the lifestyle of, like, say, a footballer overseas, then them and their parents won't know the viability of actually playing sports overseas. But forget about that now. We don't already know so school system is not the best. We are talking about development of football because we have to qualify for a World Cup.
Right. No, but the development of football, you see, that sometimes you're youth, so I reason with you as a big man. Many times in Jamaica, we try to get the short-term objective and pay lip service to the long-term solution. Long-term, you have to change your mentality, right? And what? Because the truth of the matter is, many kids uptown play football, go to America, and then mommy live at Cherry Gardens, and then play a Real Mona, and then live up Beverly, and then get a soccer scholarship. While you down here, so I try to take out student loan to do your little BSc in a international relationship.
Exactly,
They are getting
Keter.
a full scholarship and soccer scholarship, but they don't tell you that. Let me come back to what I said, coach. So let's start with the easy part of it. So every student who is interested in a sport must be encouraged to participate. That is the word, participate. So there should be no school that is not playing football. We're going to stick to our subject. No school must not be there and do enter champs. Otherwise, the principal will go a field yard or fear yard because you fail it, right? Because if you take up 800 students or 1,000 students by the simple laws of mathematics, there is going to be one good footballer here, one good track star, one good musician, one good pianist, one good artist, and it is your job to find those talents and nurture them.
Yeah. Hold on, Kata. Let me read. Don't lose your point. Let me read these two super chats and turn it back over to you. Big up to Kyle Wallace. It is cultural and economically realistic to push for 1. Academies. 2. ISA restructuring football. 3. Coaches development to the A license locally. I would say ISA probably is not too interested in reconstructing what they are doing because they believe that it is a good thing what they are doing.
And they don't
And
they
2,
don't want to conflict it with
Sean
the
Ellis.
champs as well.
Huh?
They're not going to restructure the football to make it longer because it's going to interfere with their champs preparation.
Yes,
as
yeah,
well.
a whole lot of variables that will cause them. Let me finish this one, Cataract. Sean Ellis, Jamaica Sporting High, the GC Foster for high schools, development of pro athletes, physiotherapists, doctors, and agents. Agents separate from Nation Academy. I think it's National Academy. This one is. Go ahead, Cataract.
All right.
Big up
So I
yourself,
want to
Sean.
say, big up Sean. Thanks for the super chat. Look, when you hit up the like button, because man now give them knowledge and it's coming for free. So either hit the like button or hit the super chat button. Big discussion tonight. Coach, so if a youngster, I'm never do it long because there was another farm footballer from out of Rockford in the play and it was my full-time job, right? Do you ever know that you can take statistics? So you might can do little maths and you love football, or you have 2 left foot, but there is still a place for you. Because guess what? After higher sports statisticians, SOFA score higher than, who score higher than, transfer market higher than, all over you call it the coach, all over the NFL, MSL.
Yeah, but Cataract,
right?
But
But
are
I'm gonna tell you
Jamaican
something.
kids exposed to that?
That is what I'm saying. We are talking about how does this thing change. I am saying it bad for the sport because it only believes that only those with talent, gifted talent, can be a part of the whole is a thing. And I'm saying it is broader. People who are doing masseuse, physiotherapy, then we start from age 7 and 8 and 12. If that a feeling thing, maybe they can run like me, and maybe they can kick down people like Kakara, right? Maybe they can do track like Coach Music, but they can guess what? They can take down time and go to analyze, what they call it in coach peaking, because you have to know when to peak an athlete. They can learn. The young coach them to start develop from them in high school. If you can't pick the ball, but you upgrade the coach. Do that. Enter into the coaching field. So that whole aspect is missing, and Issa doesn't get it. That there's a whole other aspect of sport that when you start looking at that, people start looking at it as run up and down and kick the football. I'm going to keep it now straight football. Coach, there is no sport that you can have where you do not have a tiered or divisional system. It destroys young minds and destroys young men and girls to put them in a place where they get 26 love this week, 21 love this week, and 27 love this week. It is destructive. And no system ought to be like that.
It's
And so,
demoralizing.
And demoralizing too. Very demoralizing. And what happened? They pull out the competition. So maybe John Brown, who have some talent and play for St. Mary, the one player, field football done for the year. So there we go. I heard earlier, Lady Claudia, and I want to address her. Coach, I am careful with the academic business. I understand what she's saying there, but understand this. When I spoke in the debate against Stan Kroenke, and after I have said this, the GFF must define what a professional football club is. One that is going to be recognized and can go take out a bank account and go to the company's office must meet the following criteria. And the first of that criteria for me is that they must have on the 12, on the 10, below the max squad is under 13, under 15, under 17. Sometimes it's like under 18, they get confused. The coach you can help the better see what is it. And it was under 17 World Cup. So under 17, under 15, under 13, under 11, under 9. Right? Under 21. And they must have these teams. The schools in a parish can then be assigned to the cricket club, the football club, the track club as a feeder. So, for example, if you're in St. Anne, and I've said this to you before, I am sticking to the fact that you can have two professional football clubs per parish. Apart from Kingston and St. Andrew, which I would give 4. Sorry, St. Andrew, which I would give 4. And so if you have 2, and the reason why I said 2 coach is that you need to have that rivalry, that derby, right? So if you have 2 in St. Anne, it's a 10 school in St. Anne, it's a 5 belong here so, 5 here so. That means that those athletes can train with at least a B-licensed coach, those footballers, because they are going to the football club to get the training. They come back and they represent their school as better developed footballers. So it's a revolution that to take about coach.
So, Cataract, so basically, what you and I are basically saying the same thing. Instead of developing schoolboy football, we're going to restructure the Premier League, the professional football, how it is done in Jamaica. Yeah, that's the same thing I was saying.
Absolutely. And then coax, I don't want to use the word force Issa and coax Issa to come a part of this. Because if the best players not playing in the cup, nobody now watch it.
Nobody now watch it for real.
Good. So you can't destroy something to build up on that. So you have to do it symbiotically. Shut up, symbiotic. Cash out.
Hold on, let me get this super
Yeah,
chat
man,
ready
more
because me
super
get
chat,
rush a
man.
while ago about super chat and I want to read. The messages are coming in quick and fast, so people forgive me. I don't want Cataract to be making a point or Chevron to be making a point, and I just in the middle of it stop them. I try to wait until there's a pause to say, let me read the super chat. All right, so forgive me. Kyle Wallace, big up yourself again. Development to the A license is our only savior. Well, I mean, me think I agree with this, man. We need the coaches to be trained at a higher level. Now, the JFF won't change, ISA won't change, and academies are rare. Only one has been built post World Cup 98. That is so true. And Neo, I was saying that I think the president of ISA is saying that he is comfortable with the format that the football has. Hence the reason I said that they won't change it. So it's not like I was speaking for them. It was something that he actually said.
You know, I know him, so I'm going to the principal of states, right? Still, they have this one.
And see Devon saying the same thing. You need to call him and
The principal of state. So
yeah.
I want to make an appointment and try and speak to him. I want to get some ideas here. So I'm not putting ideas, and this is a
But
serious
Cataract,
matter. This I don't
but
want to open
Cataract,
that door. But let me just finish that point. That coach, they when the coach is in, right? You cannot develop a footballer if he's playing 8 games for the season. So it can't be the construct of a cup competition is that it runs alongside a league. So I have many qualifications. I'm going to play so sorry to expose you to one. I have a degree in business process re-engineering. It says to you, coach, you could not stop the Titanic from sinking by rearranging the chairs on the deck. So that's what you do. You have to tear up the ship. You have to look at why man moved from England, go to the States, and all of those things to come up with a real solution. So the entire thing has to be re-engineered. What is needed is a schoolboy football league that has multiple divisions that allow schools to compete against like schools that are similar budget, size, and
structure,
standing. Right? Plain and simple. I've taken the liberty, I've looked at what can happen. There's 161 schools, high schools, right? And I don't see why you must have private school competition different from regular schools, right? Every school can take part in the league. Because if you kick football for the hill, then you need to be playing against Campion or Mona. You just can't play with the layer and whatever because it won't ever win. So start from your coach, right? And let's say they have 200 schools.
Somebody is asking how long will it take, Catara? How long will the league run?
I'm getting to that.
Okay, cool.
I am proposing that if you have 100, let's say 150 schools, so you take out, let's say there might be 10 or 20 girls' school, and I don't know the exact amount, right? But there's more than 15 of all girls' schools. So let's say I have 150, right? So start with that construct. I believe you start with a Premier League, schoolboy football Premier League, and a schoolboy football championship league. And then There are 6 educational regions. But they're going to play regionally, those who are not in the 2 elite structures. And I break it down like this. If we can do it 2 ways, coach, I'm proposing. There are 6 regions in the ministry regions, right? You can take, let's get to 24, you can take, there are 7 regions now. When I get that?
Split region 6. Because it was one of the biggest regions, you know.
It was.
Mm-hmm.
It was. So there's 7 regions. So let's say we're taking 7 fours are how much? Coach, but I have a flap and TV, that job I can't clear that.
4 sevens are 28, man.
28.
That's why I put up 2 fingers and then 8.
Okay. So 4 7 is 28. So let's say we take 28. 4 schools, the 4 top schools from each of the regions. Not matter about I finished school away left out. And then you take the previous year's champions. Right? That will give you 30 schools. And that will be the Premier League. You can then go to Championship, which will be the same thing, and another 30 schools. So that would be a 30 school Premier League, 30 school Championship. Wow.
And that cataract, that would include, say, like per schools from all over the island. So you may have a JC playing a CC, a JC playing a States.
It must be, because I'm saying take 4 schools, the top 4 schools
from each region.
From each region. So that's island-wide. Then that will leave you with 100 schools across each region, and you can put them in 4 thing of 25.
All right, I agree with your cataract.
So that competition, if you're playing 30, coach, you have to play 28 matches. And if you play 2 matches per week, that will leave you at 14 weeks for competition. Hope that answers the question.
All right, cataract. I agree with you. But the reason why I said this with the ISA, you have to remember, if I say you take 4 schools from each region, say the Kingston and St. Andrew region, right?
Mm-hmm.
You have a JC, KC, Calabar, Georges.
Mm-hmm.
You believe you can tell Wilma's to them for playing a championship?
Mm-hmm.
You believe Wilma's principal, who is a part of ISA's board, is going to say, yo, my school fee in a top league, come a big school, listen.
No,
that is the problem.
What I'm saying, you have to have, I've said to you, you're going to have a problem with the coach, but you have to have a transparent system. So if you say that this system is coming in 2023, you say to all schools, if you say 2021, 2022 season, you have to get the results from these last 2 seasons. You get a full notice. That is only the top 4 schools in the Kingston region. What region is that? It's not region, but it's what region is Kingston?
I think it's region 1 or 2, you know.
2, yeah. Right?
Sean, turn down the feed.
Right. So some schools are going to feel offended by it. But guess what, coach? You have a promotion and relegation that will be excitement. And over 3 years, you will get a smoothing out of it. Because if the rest of Kingston school then can, let's say you're promoted 4, or I would say 6. So let's say 6 schools get promoted and 6 get relegated because it's 30 now, right? If Kingston is the dominant, then by year 2, they will flood the Premier League because they will have won in the championship, come 1 to 6 and get promoted. And you can do just like it's done in England. You promote the top 3 and then you have a playoff and all that excitement, that brings moolah. You know, the championship game, coach, in England is called the richest game
game in the world.
in the world. And don't care how small the club, when it reaches 80,000, Wembley has 60,000 seats at Wembley, it's packed to the rafters. Team can only bring 15 or 20,000 out every week. You find them get 40,000 support them quick and fast. So that's the model that I would propose. And I would say that it will smooth itself out over a 2-year, maximum 3-year period, that all of the best teams will end up in the Premier League. The second set teams will end up in the championship, and then, you know, regional teams, St. Mary's can play against whatever one their name, two of the 26 club can knock ball against them, one another. Until they will have ambition, build a program, and try to come up. That's what non-league football teams do. Nobody wants to stay in a league two. Everybody have a plan to.
Yeah, that's it. Cataract. That's it. I agree with you. That's something that I have always said. But then again, it goes back to what I was saying before. I remember I was saying it earlier, coach. Is it that we're going to place the development of football on the schools and take it away from the clubs? Because again, if the development has to be on the clubs, then you can't extend the schools league. And if you put the development on the schools, then you cannot blame the clubs. So we have to, that's the first thing that we have to realize, who is going to be.
I said to you that the schools would be then legally attached to a club.
To the club.
Right? So if Coach Music come out of St. Diego, Rivoli are the first choice to bring him into the system. No, Rivoli will train him. So when he comes back to the school the next September, he is a better product. If you're interested in national development of football, for example, let me give you an example. You would have to run, for example, let's say by parish, a 3-week goalkeeping, camp for all the goalkeepers in a team.
That is
needed.
You
want to live up their standard.
That is
send
needed.
them back to the school. You can run a strikers camp, and you can have Walter Boyle and Onandelo come and drill the youngsters, Peter Davis, all of them and them were there, so pass on the skill set. So when you send the strikers back, you won't have a Kingston College taking 56 shots in one game and only scoring 5 goals.
That yesterday I saw it and I was like 56 and only 11 on target.
Only 11. And the goalkeeper was a midget.
Honestly, you see that goalkeeping camp, the Cataract, I've heard you said it multiple times. And I believe before every Manning Cup season, all of the goalkeepers, them the Manning Cup and the Costa Cup should go to a camp for at least 2 months. Because the goalkeeping level in Jamaica, it is extremely poor. You might have 1 or 2 that's exceptional, but the rest is like they have the teams and then can't find a goalkeeper and then just take up somebody and put him in a goal. Because the goalkeeping, because when I was watching the game yesterday, I was like, some of the goals like Eva Casey score, I was like, some of them they really save still, to be honest.
The dog tired, brother. You don't think them die 56 times. So you have some Premier League game and Premier League man on the face 3 shot in them. Or 10 shot in them. The dog like a pure dive in the dog, man.
56.
The man are 5'3". The brother trying over.
No, but that's what I'm saying. I say, yo, he's honestly, when I was looking, I was like, if I look at you, okay, I can say I look a kid. He's not a youth. He's a little kid. So you can see it himself. So, but when you look on him, and you can see the fight in him, because the defense never really help him. The defense never really help him.
Defense one about KC, so I play for KC. But what's your thought about that construct, coach and Sean? What's your thought? The proposition that we get a 30 team, you run over 14 weeks, then those players are elite players are then released to the club can decide which ones they want to take into the under 18, the under 15 competitions, and then they will continue to play football. And believe me, in America you have many elite athletes play 3 sports, including Michael Jordan. He played, look at Kyle, the guy named Kyle who played for the Cardinals. He had baseball offer, basketball, and football offer, many offers. But you are multidisciplinary, so that is not the problem.
Yeah, man, it's a good idea. I think it's the same thing I was alluding to, Cataract. Have them play, because you wouldn't want to disrupt the schoolboy football. Have them still playing, and then the better players, or the players who have skills that are more refined than others, go on to these clubs. Yeah, I agree with it.
And
Sure.
I agree with the person who said that you should then have a national football school.
Yes.
Right? Which know that is not the absolute elite players.
Elite.
You don't want them to get injured because that is what the country, the nation is basing its future on.
But Cataract, how would you keep these players active in terms of competition?
Have a year-round league.
No, remember that those
the elites I'm talking. Yeah.
Yeah, have a year-round league.
Okay.
Have a year-round league still. All right.
69, 17, and 18. Remember, they don't need to be played in the
Hold on.
Premier League.
Hold on. All right, hold on, Cataract. I'm not sure if you're that familiar with the NBA. You know the NBA G League, right?
Yeah, but we don't forget NBA. You have this in England and in Germany. How do you think the people are? What was Michael Owen and Wayne? 17-year-olds when they run out.
What I was alluding at, in the NBA, what they have created now, that they've come to this realization that the whole college thing, it's not mandatory anymore. So if you want to leave high school and go professional, you can go where the G League, they have created a team called the G League Ignite team. So those are only high school elite. So it's only the elite players, they play for that team only. So there's no real professional. You have to be under 19 to play for that team, and you have to be an elite. And they play and develop their games playing the NBA G League season. So I'm saying you could have something like that where you have like the elite players, they are playing in the league, like the top national league itself throughout the season as well.
They're cost for a year-round league. That's why I didn't agree with a year-round league. I believe that the elite players be integrated coach into the Premier League club system. So 17, 18, 19, if you have played League One football, you cannot keep picking football. And blow fee. You have to play big man football at that age. And you say otherwise you're lost out.
You agree with this comment?
No, I don't.
No.
Because the reason why is because if the new construct coach, it will be just as glamorous to play for Skets, or Clarendon College, or Rossies, or Cornwall College, as it would be to play for Kingston College, because it's one league. And very soon, you will see who is really real. Now, of course, this is not because Cataract is a whole genius, although I may not be a stable genius, but look at the reaction to the Flow Cup.
Exactly.
And look what happened to the Flow Cup.
Issa canceled that out because they realized how much money the Flow Cup was making, and they wanted to get rid of it.
Okay, all right. So I'm glad you said that, right? Because one of the things that we were saying is that ISA has no motivation to change what they are doing because it's working. They are responsible for educating youngsters, and sports is just a bonus. And right now, the bonus part of it extremely successful because it's not like the intention was to develop Usain Bolts and Shelly Fraser. So the bonus part of it is extremely successful. So why would ISA change what they are currently doing? The money. So you said ISA canceled the Flow Cup because they saw how much Flow was making. I don't know the facts behind that, but that's why you have to put all three entities in a room and iron out, an agreement so all persons can benefit. And when I say benefit, I mean financially. Forget about any other benefit because it's gonna come down to the dollar, the dollar, the dollar. Put all three entities in a room.
All right.
Iron out agreement. Entity is gonna step on any other entities too, and they can all mutually benefit financially.
All right. What is Jamaica's main sport?
Jamaica's main sport, some persons are going to tell you that it's football, but no, some persons will say it's track and field, but I say it's football.
All right, so football. So if you look at a business house, because based on where I work now, if you look, persons are upset that business house isn't playing. So that means that business persons are interested in football. Look at the JPL now. The league hasn't really been playing whatsoever, and they're still getting sponsors. So it shows that there is interest. It's just that the persons may not be selling the product properly. So if you go to a particular situation and you say that you're going to market it, you are going to go out. You say this card. Look, for example, in English Premier League, you can have more than one particular company of the same that does the same business in the league itself. But we normally limit ourselves. We would say that, all right, for a beverage, we only want a Wisinko. So you're blocking out all the other beverage companies in the world. We'll go to a restaurant company and blocking out all the others. Why not include everybody? Give everybody the opportunity to say that you are going to have this control of this region or this team, so that particular company itself, they will actually put more investment into that particular team itself. So that's where it goes to, you have to create, as your Cataract say, rivalries is what sells football the most. Rivalries. If you have two bug teams, you have two teams in the championship or the first division. When there's a rival game, you know how much money they make during that period? Because it's rivalries. So, example, you have a team that flows on. You have a team that flows on. You have a team that Digicel own. Just imagine the amount of marketing that will be pushed from those two companies leading up to a game that those two teams are going to play. That's just the point I'm trying to make, is say that it's you have to sell your product in order to get a fee of the return.
So let me put an idea that I have too. Right? I'm gonna put a copyright over that idea. So anybody take on my idea, I think you're down to get a lawyer. And we've got lawyers.
I felt like you kind of built on my idea though, Ketchup, but
My team has from 2003, 2004. I wrote the elementary education and I wrote the ISA. At the time, the permanent secretary, you know what she told me? So, there's a reason why it is called the Ministry of Education, Youth and Culture. And the Ministry of Youth, Education and Culture. And then she turned around and said, cow cannot ride on the tick's back and tell the cow that the cow doodle stink. Mr. Blake, you know who is the cow and who is the ticks. Then people there will get all long service and what. So, Coach, let me tell you, if you don't have a goal, I look at a youth like Jazeel Murphy. Where they know?
Most persons cannot relate, but anyway, most persons watching this cannot relate. But go ahead.
When you have a
He's
talented
training.
athlete
He's
and
training.
cannot transition to the next level, you have a failing system. You cannot take the 0.01%. I would love somebody to do a study and tell me how many gold medalists from champs medal are reached the final of the Olympics. Many of the athletes are
That's
destroyed
easy,
because
Qatar. Not many.
not many. And let me tell you why. I just give a simple example. The Olympic track is run over 2 weeks. That's something like that, coach.
Yeah, they're about. Yeah, man.
How can the same set of events be run over 5 days and you don't damage the athletes? That's crazy. Or the June Olympics, they think at 10 days it run over. It has to match. Man, I run 100 meter, 200 and 400 and 1 day. They all waiting around. Them after class, 2 hour class. They don't even know them something. That's all my thing. But the track man, they have to go deal with that madness, the parties. Because one thing I can tell you, like West Indies cricket found out, and I did a thesis, and that was in the thesis. Nobody allows you to keep beating them without sitting down and planning a way to beat you. Because enough people will beat up in a martial arts now, enough. I'm going to just find one next stroke from it, come second in the Scotland Open, which means all the fighters, black belt, heavyweight, super heavyweight. Iman was a lightweight. Couple times we get up and go like a middleweight. I'm a beat up ball, heavyweight. Because that devastated the grip. They do, cover 6 foot tall. But while I'm going around beating people, man, I plan for me. Man, I study my weakness. I'm lazy. My boss love sleep. What I call that? I have what they call a lazy job. I leave my job out. Right? Yeah, man. I'm a true my mother. Because today I like it at 6 foot, they can't have no meat on the body. And man just said, And all of a sudden, man start beat me around my ribs and beer body blood. Because no one lets you beat them all the time without planning a way to beat you. When country that qualify for the World Cup, them we like come again and go in a room and come up with a game plan. I say this all the time. Coach, we beat Japan 2-0 in France. Japan has been to every World Cup since, and we never go back at 1. We can't beat Japan. When we go down to Japan, the under 23, people never look for them for man abuse. So I'm just going to say that if you think what you have is working, and I believe because I never have something, coach, I want to say something to everybody, and this is something, an educated thing. Anytime somebody tells you what they're doing is working and they don't want to change, just know that that organization and that structure is going to come tumbling down. Just think about Blockbuster. Remember, people used to get to work at Blockbuster in America. You couldn't tell a man to Blockbuster go out of business. You know? The typewriter. Brother, them come, yeah, that's come them build some wicked typewriter. The sewing machine. When Singer was the boss, there are lots of companies that have gone. People don't remember. There was a thing called a word processor. All IBM used to think this is one of the baddest things on the planet. And when that man said, he said, I'm going to make a PC that can fit on your desk after a desktop. They said in a public technical forum, that man is a madman. Because computer have been big like the room. Right now, if you look IBM and Battlefield like computer is big like a phone. So, coach, if you're not visionary and able to see the future and adapt, and the truth of the matter is, I don't say so. Schoolboy football is bad for Jamaica. It does not work. We can't win any of the junior competitions. Under 15, under 17, under 20, we are struggling at the region to qualify. So if it was working, we'd have been reaching we'd have been winning CFU, reaching under 17 World Cup every 2 years or however long that might take.
But Issa don't care about that. Issa care about for them profits, which they are making.
And you have to remember that Issa is a group of principals, you know.
Yeah, that's how I was just I know, you know. So all of the principals and come together.
Everything that is wrong with Issa is what's wrong with the GFF. Issa needs management, a CEO, not people who are trying to get an extra top up on their salary.
So that's why I'm saying, Cataract, we can't use Issa to develop football. You need the clubs there.
Exactly.
So we need to take the mindset of schoolboy football and put it to the clubs.
Let me say this. Regarding Issa, to be fair to them, Issa is nowhere as bad in any way, shape, or form as bad as the JFF. They might have their issues, but if you had me to choose which is more functional, I'm gonna go with Issa. And I'm sorry, the gentleman with the headset in the upper right corner. What's your name?
Shavan.
Shavan, you said the onus should be on the clubs. It cannot be entirely on the clubs, because if it on the clubs, then they're gonna step on the schools tour, and the schools are not going to have that. So it has to be an amalgamation of our three entities. The clubs have to come together with Issa, and they have to come together with the JFF. All three entities have to sit down together. Let me ask, when does the JPL run? From over what time frame does it run?
It's usually from August to about May.
August to
Usually.
May?
Yeah.
All right.
But
So
Sean, hold on, Qatar. But I wanted to ask him a question before though. Which school Marcus Rashford went to?
I don't know.
Which school Wayne Rooney went to?
I don't know. Okay.
Which school, which international footballer in the world, which high school did they go to?
I know, because every time. Hold on.
Tyreek went to Jesse.
Cataract.
Yes.
Hold on.
He's sitting at
the school, you see, whenever you put the development on the school, on the clubs, and the clubs are able to have a league all year round. You know that the Premier League, all right, not the Premier League. You know that there is a UEFA Youth Champions League, where each club that's in the Champions League have a under 18 that plays a Champions League format of for their age group.
And a women's.
And a women's as well. So if you just imagine you have a under 17 league that runs along with the JPL league, a JPL under 17 league, don't you think that would be more beneficial than playing 3 months of football?
I understand what you are saying, and I agree with what you are saying, right? What I am saying is that it cannot just be an initiative entirely by the clubs, because the clubs are going to run a mess or amok or step on the toes of the school, and vice versa, and there's going to be a bumping of heads, and there's going to be politics. So you have to get all three entities in a room to iron out a plan, a way forward. It could be it could be something as simple as you have a Money Cup season, and just Cataract says or said, you have a tiered system as far as schoolboy football is concerned. And it could be a situation where one part of the year, it might be a year-long competition, or I think to have them play for 12 months is too much. They need rest and recuperation. So it could be a 9 months thing, where the first 3 months, that is the schoolboy season, and then you then take the schoolboy teams after the Manning Cup, and they are now playing in a national premier schoolboy league. And then at the end of that, you have the National Academy, where you're kind of filtering the players year long. And at the end of the year, you have a National Academy camp at the end of the year. So it's like the players have something that they are playing, that they are looking forward to at the end of the year. But it cannot be a situation where it's just the clubs are responsible for developing players, because they are going to step on the toes of the Manning Cup, and it not gonna work.
All right, what's the disadvantage? What's the
Hold on,
disadvantage?
Siobhan, hold on. You did ask a question early. More for just answer it, the question. Marcus Rashford went to Ashton on Mary's Mercy School. That's a high school he went to. And guess what? Let me know if you Google it, man. And he was actually, most of the academy players are sent to that school because it's close to the Carrington training ground.
Yeah,
and
I know. I know that,
business and technical education.
Coach.
No, let them finish, Qatar.
Siobhan did ask a question before now. I'm going to want to use it because they're on the same line. Coach, no one says, well, former Ashton standout Marcus Rashford. They don't say that. No one refers to any international footballer by the school that they went to.
No, it has to be the academy.
The only country that does that
is Jamaica.
They don't even refer to the club.
All right.
Hold on, let me finish up. They don't even refer to them as the club. So they will say like, Boys from standout or Cavaliers standout. They go back to the school. But on the question that you asked, Sean, I want to put this to Sean and say, in England, the football season starts the 15th of August and finishes around the 21st of May. It has no break. The Premier League, the Championship, and the League One and League Two. While that is going on, schoolboy football is going on. And while that is going on, the Premier League 2, which is the reserve league, the B team, is going on. While that is going on, the under-17 league is running. And they all run together. Everybody playing lots of football. While that's going on, the Sunday league and the pub league are run. So one has to stop to make the other happy, because you have a whole cadre of players. What you want to have is a product. And I said this to your coach, the thing last time we were talking. The only money that you're going to get is TV rights. And the only time TV pays you millions of billions of dollars for your rights is when you have a product that people are going to watch. The other place you get money from is betting. And the school leagues in the United States is heavily funded by Las Vegas betting. Heavily funded. And in order to get the betting, you have to have, no gambling on the table. The games can't be lopsided. You want as evenly matched as best, so that they get even betting on the odds. They can get proper odds. So if St. Mary's, nobody will bet on St. Mary's, and nobody will bet. So that's why they have a divisional tier system in NCAA. Because they have to facilitate the odds man them. We are bet we're ball money, our business coach, Steve Van Pelt. Every night he might tell about bad beats, and I tell him who coming over and under. There you go. So if
all right, Sean,
you can continue, but I want to put you, coach. I said the idea, because Sean, you cut me on that today. What I was saying, Sean, we spend so much time, or a small percentage of us spend so much time, Bolger, fighting the English-based players. Did anybody ever stop to think, with the 10 man that we ever played for us, could have said to them, look, You come into Jamaica. Man, they want £70,000 a week. Some man they want 50. Some man they want 20. Like Hector. Because Hector not go cheap like that. They get to them on 20 or 25 grand a week. Simple as the same boy. Might even be 30. Coach, you can check it out. Say, look here. Why don't you each player adapt a club? So after we set up it, adapt a club. And donate maybe £500 or £1,000 every week.
Like where Raheem doing with Marvel, you know.
So, all right. Cataract.
And then know a man famous now, so you have, let's say, half of you Mikel Antonio FC. Come on, love see them name in the lights now. Remember, so they can write that off and a charity donation.
But one thing I wanted to ask Sean though, Sean, you were saying that if we move the development towards the clubs only, it will be stepping on the schools too, right? What is the down? I don't see any negative to that.
All right, so, and that I can tie that back to something that Cataract had said. You said, I believe Cataract was saying that one season doesn't have to end for you to start another one, meaning you don't have to end Manning Cup before the National Schoolboy Premier League start. Is that what you were saying, Cataract?
Yes.
All right.
Because when you filter out the players, you look here, in a school, you have more than 30 boy want play ball. Right? So if you feel when you talk about, let me say the academy has 10 schools.
Cataract, it was a yes or no question. I know.
No, I'm just saying, I tell you why it doesn't, why I agree with Sean. It doesn't matter, it doesn't stop because a club can only take out one. Maybe it's a five ball from each school. So you just fill it in and fill it up.
Here is why I believe one season has to end before another one starts. And you had made a similar point at one point in time. The first reason is limited resources. And when you are running seasons concurrently, you are sharing resources. That is one reason. Another thing that you had pointed to is the population of Jamaica. Does Jamaica have the population in each zone? If we divide the country into zone, does Jamaica have the population for each zone to be properly attended, or each game in each zone to be attended where it's a financial, the teams
I
or
think there
clubs?
is. I think there is.
So hold on. I think as far as the Manning Cup is concerned, so imagine if one of the reasons I think one season has to end before another one start is, again, you're going to be sharing resources, and two, I don't think you have the population to support different leagues financially. I think as far as interest is concerned, yes, people would want to watch, but if you're going to ask persons to attend a Manning Cup game and then go attend a Jamaica Premier High School, listen, Jamaica is not that rich of a country, so financially, I don't think it would work to ask supporters to support 2 to 3 schoolboy leagues concurrently.
So you get rid of the school. So you get rid of the school one.
Hold on. Wait. Hold on one second, Cataract. Hold on one second. Cataract, hold on one second.
TV rights. If you are expecting 200 people in one garrison to come, you miss the boat. This thing is about TV broadcasting rights.
Who are you selling the TV rights to?
Brother, you get worldwide rights if you have the right thing, you know.
Hold on. You said worldwide rights. Do you believe that Jamaica Schoolboy League can attract a worldwide television audience?
Doesn't Champs does it? Champs does it with development.
Really? It does not.
Champs Champs has a worldwide audience.
All right. Can I speak about that?
Go ahead.
That's true.
I agree with one because
Can I speak about
everybody
that?
is watching to
Go ahead.
see who
Go
is the
ahead.
next big thing
I'll wait for
over
Cataract
Jamaica.
to so I can jump on the Champs part. You said Champs support or Champs has a worldwide support, right?
Yes.
We are talking about TV rights, okay? Which means that you are selling the rights to Champs globally. All right. And there has to be a situation where the check that I am putting in, the monies that I am going to get back from global viewership is going to be bigger than the check that I am going to be putting in. Now, we are talking about putting in a check to run several leagues concurrently for 9 to 12 months. I can tell you that I watch Champs annually on an annual basis. And regardless of the platform that I am watching Champs on, can you take a guess as to the maximum amount of persons I've ever seen watching any Champs viewership at any one point in time?
How much?
Guess. No. If you had to guess, because you are a
No,
GC.
I am not a. I don't like track and field.
Oh, okay. Listen, I have never seen more than 5,000 persons at any given point in time watching any thing pertaining to Champs at any point in time. And this 5,000 is normally on a Saturday. So it's not like I'm talking about from the beginning of Champs till the last whistle blow. 5,000 max on a
You are
Saturday
wrong.
before a 4x1, before a 4x4. No, you
You are
think
wrong.
5,000 persons is
You are
enough?
wrong. You are wrong.
Okay.
Yeah, I am pretty
How
sure.
many schools are there in the United States?
Say that one more time.
How many colleges are there in the United States? And
I
junior college school?
I cannot count.
The athletic director of every single college in the United States is watching the final day of champs, looking to see what they can grab. And a good percentage of them, I can't miss them.
I think that's what Sean said,
They fly them and come down. But you are not counting the YouTube, the streaming, and overall, Sean, when somebody buys broadcasting rights, they throw marketing muscle behind it. Then because when somebody sit on make a little Photoshop and put together two little things and say this is so the thing that are marketing. When you
Give me
have the
1 second. I'm reading a
when you have
comment.
when you have the SEC, right, the Southern Eastern Conference, they have their own marketing manager. They have SEC TV, and then them sell rights to other people. Look at the England, and I'm just saying because you have to
Champs not
take
reach to
to
say it.
no, but what's wrong? You just gonna stand one place. Somebody has to have a vision, and then you put a mission, and you set a targets, and then you work towards a strategic way of getting to where you want to get.
Cataract, make sure you copyright them idea there.
No, you have to sit there and rely get a little food or come so. Coach, let's challenge Sean. You know how much dance people go to Jamaica? You know how much run robin get on the same day? And man move from run robin to run robin, or fish fry, and then dance. And they have to buy at least a flask when you go around place. And a flask for 15 minutes for a flask. No?
I think what Cataract is trying to say is that
There, you know. So,
once Jamaicans interested in something, them find the money. Once Jamaicans interested in something, them find the money. And what Jamaican people follow? You see anything we have hype behind it, Jamaican people they behind it.
So I think we kind of strain from the point a little bit. The point that I was trying to make. Hold on. I see the gentleman in the lower left corner look like him have something that he really want to get off him chest. So I'm gonna yield and give him the floor.
No, what I was trying to say is that with regards to even the whole high school argument, my thing is the biggest issue we have is the whole school and parent mentality. For example, if my youth pass a guy, I want to be able to say my son pass a guy champion, or my son pass a guy JC, or my son pass a guy X, Y, and Z. But then if you look at the English league, as the gentleman referred to Marcus Rashford, right? Marcus Rashford was attached to an academy. And then the academy now, as in a club, the club now sends him to a school, which is the academy. When the Wayne Rooney is attached to a club in, I think, Everton, and the club now sends him to an academy to learn like the economics, the this and the that you learn in school. So the system that we have out here, we are hung up on this JC, CC, Woolmers, Ray and Day, and our child must pass the guard this school, this child must pass the guard Bridgeport, this child must pass the guard Campion. So because of that system, sports don't fit in it. If you understand what I'm saying, sports doesn't really fit in the system in order for a person to develop into a professional footballer, those things. Because as you said, all of those kids, Sean, look at them. The Wayne Rooney's, the all of those football players, they went to school. No? They went to school, but they also went to football.
They were in an academy.
You understand? So they were in a school. Most of the time, the school is sponsored by the club that sends them to the school. For example, Manu sponsors the academy that Rashford went. Something the Everton is a sponsor of the Catholic school that Wayne Rooney was sent also. So the issue is and these guys went to the school from their 6, 7, 8, 10, 11, from 11 to 18. So it's not like they're in an high school system where we have JC, KC, Calabar, Woolmers. That's the whole issue with that we have. We're hung up on the whole traditional system and how things were and how things are. So we are developing persons to be doctors, lawyers, accountants, as I said before. But we don't really business about nobody being a football player. What we business about is win Money Cup, win Dakasta Cup, and then when you're 40, you still tell about Money Cup and Dakasta Cup.
Yeah, really. And we get what CC I said. What CC is basically saying is that
no go on to achieve nothing more than Money Cup and Dakasta Cup, because I know you, Sean, who went to school basically to play Dakasta Cup. When the season done, I hate that.
Done.
You understand? So then if you add these persons in an academy, when season done summer, season would have done summer. So the only time that they would have off is summer. Right. So when summer done, they come back at academy September again. So right through the year, they will be active. But in a high school system, 3 months you play football. After football done now, I tell you, Sean, I know man, no brother.
You don't have to tell me, brother. I mean,
you have bridging. I normally go link madam. Can you see my class?
I know people who only come school for gut training. I swear.
No, that's because the school is set in that way. If the school was built towards your development as a professional athlete, then you would have more incentive to come to school. But Mr. Miller said people support schoolboy football because the allegiance they have to their school. What reason would they support the high school league? Because it's the same school.
Cataract.
It's like someone just hang up on the thing, you can't make them change.
All right, Cataract. Most of them people, most persons, I realize, they want the things for better, but them don't want nothing change. They want everything to remain as is, and they want it for better. Nobody wants to try change. And that's our biggest problem. We're doing something for over 100 years, and nothing is coming out of it, but we should just continue the same way and hope so something develop out of it. Instead of trying to change something. So some of the time it really and truly makes no sense trying to say. So, remember, we're not trying to
the same man then where I said unicorn and certainly I look for it. Next week or tomorrow, they will come and say, yo, too much Englishman there. That
Exactly. We keep on a complain about Englishman, too much Englishman on his side. But yet still, Englishman have in his side because our local player them now develop. You hear Maggie come out, come say, yo, the day when Maggie come say it, pan, yo, I'm glad when him say it. The man who win Manning Cup, come out and say Manning Cup never prepare him properly. The man say it out time mouth.
Yeah, man, he said it over here.
He say it out time mouth, say Manning Cup never prepare him properly. So all that who talk about say, yo, Manning Cup can't stay, blah, blah. It's not going to, because the school's main priority is to win. Maggie, if you have to put the ball on your left foot, put it on your left foot, no matter use your right. And when Maggie reach a professional level and professional clubs are watching him, realize him can't use him right foot, them are going to just force him to put the ball on him right foot. I know Maggie are going to pan the bench every single game, and we see him when I get up and ask, why Maggie can't get no game? Maggie for left.
Okay.
Where my left go? Manu? Where my guy Manu go do? Sit down on the bench beside of Van de Beek. Them thing that we are
what say
talking about.
you regarding the schools as it regards to Manning Cup? Because like I said, the schools have no incentive to change.
Yeah, that's my thing. I don't want the schools to be the main pride and main source of development. It has to be the clubs.
So you have no incentive to change, right? Or you believe that you have no incentive to change. And I tell you somewhere else where you are wrong, Sean. Let's take the NCAA system. It is a small minority of sports. The NFL and the basketball, and the income from that is what those colleges or schools use to fund their entire sports program.
The income from what?
The income that they get from NFL, meaning American football, basketball, those two sports, is mainly baseball, right? Is what they use to fund the entire your gymnastics.
I don't think the schools get income from the NBA.
No, you're not listening. I'm saying the income from those sports.
Okay.
The income from the football, the income from the basketball.
Agree.
That is what the college or the school uses to fund the table tennis, the hockey, the field hockey, right? Because it's packaged and marketed for consumption. So they can't just think myopic. If you're going to take this product, you have to put marketing around it, and then you have to develop the product so that when you tell what the marketers market can be sold or consumed. So it's not one thing happening after the other. Several things have to happen simultaneously. So otherwise, the schools are going to come in like Blockbuster. One day they're going to wake up and realize nobody's interested in them. Remember saying they never used to do anything about security at Champs, and that's something that was integrated because every day they keep Champs, people stand up people, and out of halfway tree is being brawling going. Until the sponsor said, okay, Milo, I think Milo was the one, said, okay, we can't go brand, there's this. And it's so quickly them solve it. When last you see people start up and find their chance? And when last you see people in a close and run up and down? You think because the sponsor said, if you don't fix this, the money gone. And to the person in the comment that said they support the school, the amount of money support Callum Rabalak and the amount of money support Fortis, you have to build 40 schools for them because 90% of them do not go to the school.
The schools, exactly.
They support the school like they support Man U or Chelsea. They don't know nothing about them. They just like a color and like a baller.
Or them know somebody will go there.
You will hope. Some of them don't know nobody will go there.
So it's either, as I may say, Sean, I get what you were saying, but the best way I believe is by having academies. And the best way to have academies itself that will be able to be feasible, we have to restructure the professional league itself.
But what question, gentle people, as what Kyle is asking. Many of the clubs are struggling financially. Sometimes players probably can't get no pay on time or whenever. How can they be developing youths when most of them, is it a lazy mentality? They sit
Too
down
much
and wait
club.
for the schools to infiltrate the clubs or
Too
for them
much
to
clubs in
recruit.
Jamaica. Too much clubs in Jamaica. Too
Let
much
me say,
professional clubs are in
hold
Jamaica.
on. Let me see if we can make a record. It's the clubs.
Hold on.
It's
Too
the
much professional
clubs.
what?
It's the
Too
No,
much
clubs. Too
is
much.
club.
Too
hello,
much.
All
sir.
right, all
There's
right, all
Too
right,
no
much
all right.
club.
Too
They're
much
not professional.
professional clubs. All right, let me just put here quote. Professional clubs are in Jamaica.
The word professional is a something that it's not to be thrown around like that.
Yeah, because many of these clubs don't have a professional structure. To
Exactly.
state the
No,
very
but
least.
they are going to be considered professional.
Yeah, in the context of the word, but
They are going to be. It don't have to be. All I'm saying is no. As much as you want to say it, they are going to be professional club because they pay their players.
No, but they're not.
Regardless of.
They're not the professional clubs
So
under.
that's the reason why
They're
if
semi-pro.
you all right, look at this. How many clubs are in, let's say, a Kingston region? How many clubs is in Kingston?
We made that point on the show already. I think it was Cataract that was saying that there are
100 and
too
odd.
many clubs in the
Exactly.
country to
So
support nationwide football. So let's
so
just say
when
clubs and just drop the word professional. But we know what
all
I'm doing.
right. So when say JFF give Kasafa 100 mil, that 100 mil have to share for your 100 clubs. And that have to pay referees.
Somebody is
So how
saying,
much?
formula is saying you mean semi-professional, Siobhan.
Yeah. No, I am going to say professional just to make my point here. My
They
point
are
is that they are
majoring
going to
in
be
the minor.
professional. No, I am going to say professional because
Let him
they
finish. Let
are.
him finish.
Reason why I'm going to say professional is because they have players there which are going to be that are playing professional football. No matter if them not make enough money, they are considered professional football clubs. So reason why my point is no, when you have too many of those, it is going to be a problem because the money that's going to be trickling down to them has to be separated. It has to be spread out in too many clubs. So if you have a small amount of clubs,
There's
if
a
you have a
correction
small,
for you on the screen.
No, it's not a correction, but that is wrong as well.
That is wrong?
That is
Okay.
wrong. Coach, a professional club.
Hold on, Qatar. Make Siobhan finish. Being that I cut him. Finish and then
all right
Qatar
then.
come in after.
All right. So yeah, I don't think you guys I get the full understanding of what I'm saying now. There are 8 clubs in the league, professional clubs by the books. How many teams is in the Premier League?
12.
How many teams are in the Division 1s them? When those clubs reach to the Premier League, they are considered because they have to pay them player. That's what me have talked about automatically because the money has to be shared amongst them. Once money has to be sent to them, you are considered them a professional club because they have to pay. Money will come out of them. If you have too much of those clubs in the country, the money has to be marginalized too much.
So in other words, it's stretched to
exactly.
thin.
If you have 4 clubs in each parish, just as example, Cataract, don't kill me. Don't kill me, Cataract. Example me I use. If you have 4 clubs in each parish, if JFF give each club 100 mil each, that 100 mil can be dispatched at a greater value, and that can be goes towards development. But if you give Mullines United $100,000, what that gonna do?
So Siobhan,
yeah, go ahead now,
I
Qatar.
just wanted to just interject and correct him so that he didn't have to go down the route. So there's a definition for a professional club in world football. That means that your footballers are employed on a full-time contract. That you pay them a weekly or monthly salary in and out of season. right? Otherwise, that's how Granty survived. He survived off of the Peasley salary. What it loses is the match fee. What we pay a match fee, so what we have a semi-professional clubs coach, which means that they pay the players a match fee to play, but the players have other endeavors and other job and other work. That's as simple as it is. We do not have professional clubs in Jamaica. We don't have clubs that have 23 players signed to a full-time contract. They come in every day.
I think the point that he was trying to make, though, Keterak, is not necessarily.
What I'm saying is, I agree with him that we have too many clubs.
Too many clubs, yeah.
Period. And the reason why that is their coach, and I'm saying this bold, is because it then fosters into what I am now calling a corrupt structure. If you had 4 clubs or 2 clubs per parish, you wouldn't need the parish association. The one them can go out yard and come off a grave trade. That doesn't exist in any country. In management, people have gotten rid of what you call the hierarchical structure. You want to flatten the structure. So if you only have 4 clubs, why the hell you need Cassava? Because only 4 clubs in that team, or 8. What are you administering?
Does the JFF have the authority to dissolve CASAFA?
Of course.
No. Well, I don't know the constitution. I don't speak on things I don't know. So Neil Sapper will have to tell us that.
All right. So
we know that part.
So here is why I asked that question, because if the JFF does not, then this point is mute, because CASAFA now going to dissolve itself because they want a better football in Jamaica.
It's the constitution. It's the constitution that would. No, but what happened? It becomes irrelevant. If I say you have 2 professional clubs per team, who exactly are you administering?
Understand what you're saying? Understand.
So
understand and
agree. There is a whole baggage of management that costs money, because it costs light and rent via building, and that is sucked out of football.
The whole setup is top heavy. In from a management point of view, it's referred to as top heavy.
Thank you. Yeah. Thank you. You are correct. Thanks for that. I think I'm struggling to find that word, top heavy, and it's not in a good way. Like a lady, top heavy. It is bad. But I want to get back to what Sutton Shaban said. Everybody want to go heaven, but nobody want to dead.
Yeah,
everybody want to break a cake, but nobody want to break an egg.
But that brings me back to the point, right? We are, and let me just say this. I'm gonna change topic just a little bit and go back to something that we were saying before. We compare Jamaica football, or when we are looking for a solution to the problems that we are having in Jamaican football, we always reference, well, the UK does this, and this UK club is paying this development club, and or you have the UK multi-billion-dollar club paying this academy, and this academy is then linked. Jamaica is not like the UK. We don't have billion-dollar clubs. Hold on.
People keep doing this all the time. This is a global world. We are competing on a global level. So if you want to do something to party shop team, go and do a party shop team. But
let me finish.
Benchmark yourself.
Let me finish. The reason why I made that statement that Jamaica is not like the UK, I agree that we need a solution, we need change, but we cannot always keep looking to the UK to emulate what they are doing in the UK, because like you said, we don't even have professional clubs, and we are trying to find a solution from the UK that not only has professional clubs, they have multi-billion-dollar clubs, and we are going to base our result we are going to base our fix. The solution to our problems is going to be little Jamaica. We don't even have professional clubs. Is going to structure ourselves like the $1 billion UK. So that's the point that I'm trying to make. That we need to find a unique solution that is unique to our particular problem.
No, brother. No, brother. Everywhere you drive in the world, if you're in a built-up area, you drive at 30 miles per hour. That's a speed limit. Because somebody sat down and calculated that if you drive at that, you can brake up in time and not hit a pedestrian. They say you drive 70 miles per hour on a highway because they do a 3-lane and they calculate the safety. You don't go reinventing the wheel. They are clubs in England. You think Morecambe is a multi-billion-dollar club? Or Rushton and Diamond or Accrington and Stanley? The multi-billion-dollar clubs, but they have academies as well. So we're not saying that Jamaica has any Chelsea or Man U or whatever, but the structure can be scaled. The point is, if you don't have players coming from a single-digit age, your players will not be developed for consumption in the world. We can do what we do now, and we just kick about amongst ourselves, and a couple man go on the USL, and some man that we say a big baller, then go to some country and rub out the bench, and then a man sit down and I comment every day and tell you say that baller the greatest baller in the world.
And him need to leave to go on next club to go sit down on the bench. Cause
right?
if you talk about Maggie,
we can continue to, we can continue to fool ourselves that we are going to produce we are going to produce 2 Premier League level footballers in 20 years. That's Ricardo Fuller and Ricardo Gardner.
We have Leon Bailey right now.
Leon Bailey was produced by his father, not by the club system in Jamaica. Leon Bailey had to go overseas to be developed.
And to be honest, he was developed outside of Jamaica.
Exactly. So you can't consider him.
But anyway, what we're saying is though, but the thing we're not.
Because there's apparently a big difference between 2 and 3. So CC, okay, 3. I stand corrected. Wow.
No, for Cataracta 2. Because Leon Bailey never played for a club out here.
Because of my argument, because apparently, if it's 3, everything works out good. But if it's 2, brother, 3. And if you want to talk about man with born in Jamaica, but not brought to Jamaica, all right, right, you said 4. If you want to get extra, because I definitely tell you that Clark Davis was a flop when he went into the Premier League with Derby County.
True.
Then we was about 2 games, and that they get relegated with about 11 points or something like that, the lowest ever point system. What they called him was Calamity Claude. In the championship, he was not too bad. As a championship level, defending was too bad. But even Stuppies and go look on the records. So we developed 2 other players that went to the Premier League. So that would have made what? 5? And that's it. Demar Phillips was weird. Is a championship Demar Phillips, right? Coach, when he went to Bogota, but he never played only for game there. So our system is broken. It's broken and it needs to be fixed. So that I don't want every time the 23 Englishman come play for Jamaica.
So I agree that the system.
Go ahead.
I agree that the system is broken and it needs to be fixed. The only point that I'm trying to make, and I've been trying to make all night, is that the fix cannot come from. There are 3 entities involved. Let's see if I can see the tree. There are 3 entities involved, and the fix cannot come from one of the 3 entities or 2 of the 3 entities. The fix has to be an amalgamation of ideas by all 3 entities. Period.
this me believe in I can do. Them can get the clubs them to get listed, and we can end up trade them on the stock because until different ownership involved in some of these clubs and accountabilities are placed against
Brother,
these clubs.
I've heard some ideas on the show, some good ones and some very stupid ideas. I can tell you that from the perspective of somebody that work in the financial world, that's a very good idea. So give it up to you, sir. Put in the teams on the exchange.
It's not my idea still, is that how this must put it up. I'm not coming on and take no man idea.
Okay.
But someone said it though in the chat. But that putting a club on the stock exchange, I think
It's a good
getting a
idea.
club listed is a very good idea.
Because in doing so,
Sean, who buys shares in Tivoli Gardens?
who buys shares in Tivoli Gardens?
Yes.
No,
A
who is
club that
going
you
to?
hold on. Who is going to? A club that you cannot guarantee that you can have spectators there because at any time, Scream Corner and Young Generation can just pop off. Who buy that? What financial projection are you giving? What
look
gate
at it like this,
seats are you
Hold on,
giving?
wait, hold on.
Hold on. Which you know you have Man U TV, Arsenal TV, Man City TV, Tottenham, because they are finding all kind of ways to generate revenue. Which TV station you going to convince in terms of broadcasting right to carry this when at any given moment be a bucket start playing a man a bus up on enough game to go in brother and I think dirt out the case, man dirt in my stands.
Cataract, you asked me a question.
So I'm saying before you can even go on the stock exchange, you have to have a product to take to the stock exchange.
All
Why
right,
would a
so
man take his $50 million and invest in Tivoli Gardens when he can buy some stock in a carrier?
so you asked me a question. Who would buy stock in Tivoli Gardens? That's the question you asked. You asked another question. I don't want to answer. I want to answer the stock exchange question. Who would buy stock in Tivoli Gardens? A speculator. Somebody who is buying the stock at $1, hoping it goes to $1.50. What happens in the game, what happens in the stand, what happened down at Tivoli, speculators don't give a damn about. That's why
Man,
you
I have to say,
hold on. That's why you have persons who will buy shares in American prisons with no moral, they don't even give it a moral thought. They don't care. The person who would buy stock or shares in Tivoli is somebody to buy the share at $1, hoping it goes to $2, and they double their money overnight. They could not care less what happens in the stands. No, I do agree with you. I do agree with you that you need to have some structure and you have to have a product and it have to be presentable. Yes, I do agree with that part. But don't tell me that because Tivoli are going with things, man, now go buy share in a Tivoli. Me not buy that.
But
all
what
right.
I'm
So,
saying
so,
is
so
though, hold on.
let me answer CC straight. Sean, people buy shares in American prisons because they know that there are laws that lock up poor Americans and there is
Garbage.
a recycling.
Garbage.
Let me finish. And so you make a profit. They buy to make a profit. And they know where the profit is made. The profit is made because you get paid by the state or the federal government in a private prison to take in an inmate. And it costs you, it costs you less to take in the prisoner than the subsidy that you get. So you make a profit. And then they had something where they use and do some chili on the prisoner. The difference is that the income stream of Tivoli Gardens or Arnett Gardens, in case I'm answering political, or Boys Town, or any football sporting event is 2 or 3 sponsorship, gate receipts, and television broadcast rights. 3 sources of income. Which sponsor and sponsors pull their brand when a club or a sportsman or a sportswoman is compromised. Look how fast where name there, our golf brother there, Tiger Woods, lose sponsorship when the foolishness.
But Cataract, I want to ask you a question. River Plate and Boca Juniors, are they sponsored?
River Plate and Boca.
Do they get sponsorship?
Look here, you know where that come from. River Plate and Boca Juniors. Let me ask you a question. You answer the question. You answer the question.
Say yes or no. Because
you have programming that I'm saying to you that the sponsorship level that River Plate and Boca Juniors used to get has decreased drastically from the big years at La Bombonera. I've been to South America. I've been to Argentina. I've played music in Argentina. I went and watched the under-20 in Argentina. The level of sponsorship is totally down at what they used to get. So they now have to sell their best players. You notice that you can't say Argentinian football worldwide, because the level of the ball game gone down, because the best players, they have to sell them because that's the only assets that they have right now. But why?
No, but what I'm saying is, Ketera, I'm telling you, I don't want anybody to feel as if me I say, yo, just bring Harborview, bring Tivoli and them go up on the stock exchange. Like me I buy one bread out of one shop. Because we know the business community. We know that there are a lot of things have to be in place before you can get listed. So it's just because all of the nuances. I am saying that clean up the image, clean up certain things, and do all of those background things to get it listed. So you get it listed and you get the country involved in the teams. That is what I'm trying to say. And the diaspora get involved in the teams. I am not saying bring the product as it is right now to the stock exchange, because it couldn't go on the stock exchange as it is right now, or it wouldn't garner sponsorship as it is right now. But do all of the background work to clean up the image and clean up all of those things in and around the sport that doesn't belong around the sport, to get it to the point where we have more people involved. Because if for example, the diaspora, a lot of persons are involved, there are more accountabilities, getting more regulations. For example, look at Derby County with the old administrative thing, where they were docked points and for going into administration because of, I think you can't have suffer a certain amount of losses over a 3-year period. So all of those things, you get it to a point where more regulation and tighter controls are being made, where the level can be raised in terms of locally. Because at the end of the day, we still need a local league. It's not like
RCC, Cranky asked you a question a while ago. Would you buy it knowing that? Would you buy shares in a Tivoli club knowing that Tivoli have a capacity, I say 5,000 seats, right? When match are keep, the jersey now sell. 5,000 persons who in a stadium and 3,000 people are jump the fence come in. You are going to invest your money in it?
But I'm saying to you, I would buy shares in Tivoli, not buying shares in Tivoli knowing that I would get no profit off of it. I'm buying shares in it to help further the development of the players.
So you are going to buy a share, so you buy the share for a loss?
No, but I'm saying, trying to say it would be a long-term thing. Tivoli, Harborview, Portmore, any one of those clubs, is that the fact that the matter is, it's easier for me to buy the shares in the club than go down there and give people them 50,000 Jamaican.
Can I say something?
Let me ask some questions to Sean, because I'm going to make you get to it. You would invest money in a prison, let's say the Alabama State Prison, if you knew that every day somebody would be pulling up at the gate and saying, sell on 100,000 US. The big boss roll like come and want it. The reality of Jamaica is that many things have to change
That's not true.
Look here, man. First of all, CC pointed out. They're not jumping the fence and taking the CC and they're walking through the gate. Nobody not tear up them big good
Yeah, that's true.
tight
That's
pants.
true
The
still.
pants
That's
are
true.
tight. They can't jump, they just walk. And whoever stop the Sax gang man then, brother Arnold, we get real now. Whoever stop the Pegasus man then, walking. You. So when somebody goes on the stock market, they have to produce financials. We're not a finance man, but we know that. Stan Kroenke's version rubbing off of it, right? What financial statement is Ireland going to produce? What's the income? We know the expenditures, but where's the income? And where is the line item on the income that speaks to the extortion that happens?
Is that a question for me or is that a general general question?
Enough company down at town to pay extortion and not have that in them financials. And we know this. Enough company pay extortion right now, right through town, Spanish to enough place.
Yes.
So
they are on the
companies probably that are listed as well. Company that probably are listed as well. I've sure about money.
Can I answer my question?
Yes. No, I was asking for an answer. That will be answer.
So let me answer your question. So the question, the gist of what you're saying is that Tivoli, or not use Tivoli. Hold on. Wait, hold on. I got you. Clubs in Jamaica are poorly run and poorly managed to be listed on the stock exchange. It's a yes or no question. That's the point that you're making, right?
Yes.
Okay, all right.
Yes, we not need to fit that proper criteria.
Okay, all right, cool. What I am saying is that we create a structure where these clubs are functioning up to par to be listed on the stock exchange. Let's not major in the minor. Yes, we bring them up to par so they have the financials to where they can be listed on the stock exchange. That is part A of the point that you were trying to make. The other point that you were trying to make is that persons are not going to support certain garrison Tivoli, because I'm gonna jump wall, I'm gonna jump fence, I'm gonna pay extortion. Is that a point that you were trying to make? Yes or no question?
Yes.
Okay, that is where I disagree. I agree with the first part. This is where I disagree with you. Persons, speculators, they are called speculators. We are called speculators. We don't care what is going on in the background. I buy a stock for $1 if I believe to $1.50 or $2. I don't care nothing more than Tivoli. And I can give you a good example. There's this new thing called cryptocurrency, okay? And the standard was Bitcoin. Bitcoin is a real thing. It does a real thing. It has a real purpose. Bitcoin took off, made a lot of persons millionaires and billionaires. Okay. Here comes this other cryptocurrency called Dogecoin.
Dogecoin.
No, sir. It is Dogecoin. And I will get into it. Here comes Dogecoin. The inventor of Dogecoin said, you know what? I'm going to spoof. I'm going to invent a coin that does nothing, has no purpose, and I'm going to call it Dogecoin. He did it, market it, and list it. And people took the name Dogecoin and started calling it, Dogecoin, because they didn't realize that it was a freaking meme and it was a joke. And persons are now buying Dogecoin, aka Dogecoin, that does absolutely nothing and serves no purpose. It is a spoof. It is a meme. It is a photograph in a background. They buy it for $1 because they believe it can go to $1.50. It's the same thing with listing any garrison football team. Me no business where I go on in the streets. If it's on the exchange and I believe it can go from $1 to $1.50, I am going to buy it.
All right, boss. Let me end this part here because I know you've been out to Jamaica for a little while. But man like seriously I'm Lee and Shabba there. Shabba, you at Jamaica?
Huh?
You at Jamaica, Shabba?
Yeah, man.
Oh, okay. Correct, you look pretty, you know. Look like a foreign.
Cataract, you joined the pink wall crew, you know, so
No, I told you, this is my own to the pink watch boss, and I will not change the color until he comes on a national platform and debate me. George, I'm calling you out. But you see, the reality of Jamaica, we can move back to football, brother. I just leave you and here, Douglas Chambers. You see, man, when those things in the can come and run in and change things, we read about them in 19. This is not $1 to $1.50. And when just come and say, oh, brother, come buy a thing like this and just slap your billions. That's the done space of the country right now. So there are inherent risks in investing in Jamaica that don't exist in other jurisdictions that offer equal or better returns on investment that you can get from the $1 to the $1.50, but live to enjoy the $1.50.
So,
right? No, hold on. Yeah, so I'm just saying to you, there may be a speculator who might want to speculate, but I think the hurdle that you have to jump, take Fit and Proper for example. How you get past the Fit and Proper with certain such man in the management structure, and who's going to be the one to tell such man that he can be the management structure of Rivali or Arnhem or Rona, Page or Boystown or any of the hardcore places? You will know them. You gotta go around by Frank City there, by Mullines and them. You know, run a Tara, and I tell the big man, say, man, come up by the door. Like I mentioned it, man. Yeah, put your proper status. So that's the reality. So that's why I'm saying that for some things, let me give you an example. When I talk about let's say the 4 clubs for here, right? You can say, like, for example, if you said in the west of Kingston, you would have a club. The real one are in the south of St. Andrews. That's the real one that have a problem. Boystown and Timber and Ireland. You can sell Boystown to an investor who might want to put up apartment complex and you get a 3, 4, 500 million out of the real estate.
You're stealing ideas from the comment section. You're
Still
stealing
what?
ideas from the comment section.
I'm still what?
Somebody tell him what I say. You are stealing ideas from the comment section because that is what somebody just said.
I don't read the comment section with the ideas. As I said, anything you can track back, you can hear. Coach, do you remember when this came up and I made the very same point? And I said you can sell the real estate, develop it, and get a large investment. Maybe even let me tell you about stuff. You can even go to the logistics. Because hold on. Another club you can use as the trading facility because you're not supposed to be trading on the ground you play the professional match. Come in, CC.
What I'm saying is those teams who have the image that they have will end up be outside of the football spectrum, get themselves pushed outside of the whole professional setup. Because if you look at it, you have clubs like Brooklyn. Huh?
You think I say I shoot people up?
I never said that, but I'm saying to you, Katara. I mean, because you did have Siba, you did have Wadada, you did have all those clubs. Guess what happened? The game modernized and gone left them.
Yes, that had died by natural attrition.
So Wadada right now, But I say what that right now can't get in the Premier League, can't get into the Premier League and stuff. So I'm just when you speak.
All right, coach. You know what I wanted to ask for a while. If it's possible, we could get Mr. Chris Williams for an interview. If that's a possibility, and you have like you have a set of I have a set of persons who are just going to ask questions. Remember, you know, we're just proposing ideas. You know, we're not trying to build a new Jamaica. You know, it's just ideas that we believe. Because remember, you know, we watch football all over the world, so we have ideas. We see how football is run, and we see how football is run successfully all over the world. So I am pretty sure, because even today, Mr. Chelsea match, enough man, Mr. face smile turn upside down today, you know. Enough people smile Mr. third side because Chelsea lose.
Me realize Chelsea man them not there too.
How the Chelsea dropping?
No, I just say because people because when I always Keter, what I try to say, you know. What I try to say in a Keterak is that persons always going back to the fact that Jamaicans don't love football. I mean, if I say, if your country when I love football, today I will heap a frown, me sip on the road.
I feel
so it shows.
Sprinkling that in the real reality, I think. A sprinkling that. We can let us be real. If you look at Kenya or South Africa, or China, where they have a Manchester City supporters club, they might have 30, 42 million supporters.
No, we're not trying to compare with them something there, no. What we are trying.
We have a few man that love the game. Most of the people have got through Jamaica right now to 100. I have a few, I would say, small, less than 1% of the population.
No, what me I try to say in the popular, Keterak. If you develop football properly, people will forward. That's just the point of me I try and make. If you develop it in a very productive crowd and you put back the culture in Jamaica, people will go out to support the teams. Cause remember, you know, me and you up on the same team pertaining to the whole 4 team per parish, you know. 2 team per parish. Me and you up on the same team there, you know. And you use that, you know. That me, don't believe me, don't get me wrong, you know. Me and you up on the same team with that. But the main objection I always get from persons, Jamaicans don't support football. And my rebuttal to that is them support the Premier League team them. You know the reason why? Hype. Some people don't even know for all of football and them on. Them still follow it because of hype. So if you market something and you get the hype behind of it. Just like how with Champs, cause Champs is just not bust hype, you know. Champs are just one big hype, you know. You have people where you have girl who support KC, girl who support Calabar, girl who support KC. And girl only can go there when school over. So that means the support is there. Once you market it properly, you will get support. So my thing to coach is now, if you can get a Chris Williams on the show and you have persons to pitch ideas to him. Because I don't believe whatever him do with the JPL now, I don't think no club will have a revenue. I don't believe there's going to be a positive revenue from the clubs. Because the only thing will change are the sponsorship.
I don't think you can hold that. I don't think you can come online on a live and pitch the idea to a person. You can have the responsible media like Coach Des interviewing and ask questions. But to the CEO of the Premier League, that's not the forum. We'd have to ask for a forum where you go and meet with him or have a Zoom call or a meeting, maybe, you know. But because they are tough questions to be asked. Yes, Jamaicans support schoolboy football. Jamaicans used to support cricket. Jamaicans used to support the West Indies. Try one match on Savannah and see them for it.
Can I read a comment, Coach? Can I read a comment, Coach?
I was muted, sir. Yeah, man, you can't read the comment, man.
So it says, so this is from the top of top. And he says, thank you, sir. Sean's description of Dogecoin is accurate and well summarized. The mistake he made was to assume behavior of those investors and Musk would equate or be equivalent to the JSE. I have a question for Mr. Top of the Top and Cataract as well. Cataract, which stock exchange is the most efficient stock exchange in the world as of 2019?
Jamaica Stock Exchange.
And who buys shares in a Jamaica Stock Exchange?
It's because of the IPO still, you know. But
should I say that? They speak to football. The big guy manager have the big guy discussion. But players can tell you, look here. There was one time when man used to tell you, buy property in America. And then, boom. When we place name, Jane Finch and John Doe, what do I mean? We crash.
Well, I don't understand why. I don't understand why management asking me who's leading those leagues. I don't get the point where you're trying to make management.
Management can jump on the show. But what I'm saying to you is that one time Fannie Mae and Freddie Mac, like I originally used to work with a millionaire, and they broke overnight because things have to be grounded in reality. Anything that can go on a bubble can go on a bubble for a while.
Fannie Mae and Freddie.
Yeah, the housing people, the part of the world crash because those loans, some zero, some whatever, subprime loans, were not sustainable. So people run risk all the time. It doesn't mean it's sustainable. People who invest in football clubs do so because they have a large television income, they have a significant gate receipts, bolstered mainly by a lot of season ticket holders, right? The season ticket holders that make clubs run, because you get that money up front. And then you have the transfers that you will get from the players. So that is where I think the clubs would do best. And what I would say is the enticement the club would give to say is if we transfer a Tyree McGee for £1 million to UPenn, then if that's what Cavaliers get, then 10 or 20% of that will go to the school who is involved in development, and you work out whatever the profit sharing is. That is how you get people to buy in to this thing, I believe. Because money is always an object. But just like West Indies cricket, people can move on.
Well, remember in a cataract, same thing I was saying, like how the EPL is set up now. Before the Premier League was set up, the money used to go to every team in the league. The money used to share between the Premier League and the teams, the first division, second division. Everybody get a share of the money. Now the money is only shared between the 20 Premier League sides. Any money that is made via the Premier League is only shared between the Premier League.
No, not true. The Premier League has to give a percentage of the revenue to the EFL, the football league, and they're always fighting about what that percentage should be. But the Premier League just didn't come about. I lived in England in the Premier League.
I'm not saying the Premier League comes out of the football structure, but I am saying to you, all the structure was before. What the structure was before cataract, right? All the structure was before. The money had to be shared straight through, right down. But now the Premier League gets the lion. But let me just say it this way then: gets the lion's share of the money.
No, the EPL makes its own television broadcasting rights deal.
That's what I'm talking about.
The EFL, the English Football League, which is the championship and League One and League Two, makes its separate television rights deal, which is a lot smaller. But the EPL, by whatever contract when the Premier League was formed, has to provide a percentage of their revenue to the league, and then that is spread out amongst the clubs. But just to say, why the Premier League even exists is because English football was on the verge of a collapse. And what happened was, what differentiated in the first instance the Premier League clubs from the EFL clubs, you know what? You had to have an all-seater stadium after the Hillsborough disaster, where I think Liverpool went to Hillsborough and they oversold the tickets in the standing room and people got crushed in it. And based on that, there was a parliamentary matter. The government stepped in and said the top clubs have to have an all-seater stadium. And then they were forced to make that investment. And that's why they were allowed to get a big share of the money. What they didn't plan for were these foreign investors, started with, at that time, you know the biggest investor was? A man named Jack at Blackburn. The championship that Jack bought, the first Premier League championship, Blackburn, Alan Shearer, Chris Sutton, right? So, based on that, the government can implement regulations that can force other things kind of stuff. The government can implement some regulation. I hate that. Then they gave the EFL some time to come around to all-seater stadiums, which meant that they lost revenue because you can get more people standing in the same square footage than you can get sitting. So just that, right? Pagan, yes, TV rights changed again. And the other reason was the game used to come on BBC One. BBC had the contract. And then when they play much of the day, I think ITV, which was Channel 3, they had the FA Cup. Sky, which was the satellite TV, they came in and bought this mega rights. As my brother would have said, speculating. But they speculated. But at that time, you know what people used to watch?
But the biggest thing to
let me finish this. You know what people used to watch? Vinnie Jones and David Batty and then man kicked down them one another. And John Fashanu from Wimbledon, Robbie Earl, Marcus Beer. And people that was not a product that you could sell for people to sit down and watch for 90 minutes outside of the diner. And so they got people to come in, the first set of money that come, Chelsea. They bring in the whole Italian, Gianfranco Zola and them and stuff. And leave them bring their Cantona. And you have to start bringing players that people would sit down and watch the TV, otherwise they kick over.
So should Jamaica bring in players as well?
Yes, absolutely.
But the next thing about it, Ketara, remember say gambling money in a football in these leagues, But we now have it out here. We can't bet. You cannot bet legally on the league out in Jamaica.
People bet in Jamaica.
No, but I'm saying to you, you cannot bet legally. You cannot bet legally on the Premier League, the local Premier League in Jamaica.
You know the reason why that happened, CC?
No, I know what you're gonna say, Shavan, but I'm saying that the gambling money that is being made. Cause watch out, you have persons out here betting on Chelsea, Arsenal, all of those teams. Every one of the money there basically I go back towards Chelsea and Arsenal and Liverpool. It'll find its way back towards a lot of these teams. Whilst we are out here, we have a league and we can't get So you realize that no, a lot of these gambling things won't sponsor the leagues like that. As if you look at it, you know, Sean, yeah, you realize you have Sky Bet, you have Sky Bet, EFL Sky Bet, you have League One, have Sky Bet, you have much betting thing. When you're watching the Premier League and Sky or not or any of those channels, you see betting and a lot of other things coming up. So it's the whole fact. So even when some persons are saying where the money is coming from, cash pot and all these things that make so much money, and just because we have some regulation or whatever stipulation against certain things, we can't make the money in a foot.
Politics.
So because you should have had a football match, Portmore play, you should have had the big old plaque thing that says just bet or any bet. So the money should be in those leagues, in our leagues. That way, you get money for player players, you get money for the clubs, you get money all around. But guess what happened? For some reason, sort or another, I am not sure what caused it, but there's no way we can get that. But I know that the law doesn't allow for gambling, so I don't know how them can factor in it and say it is gaming. So I'm not really sure because that is the reason why we have gaming out here. Because gambling is illegal. I don't think a lot of persons know that gambling is illegal in Jamaica. So that is why they have gaming. Understand?
Yeah, that one, I'm not a lawyer, but they're going something technical. Let me tell you something today. I have a friend who bet 2,500. Said Chelsea, I'm a lose. I'm going to win $23,125. So you can't tell me something, we can't gamble.
Oh, what I'm saying that you're not gambling, Ketara.
Let me tell you something. The
It's
people, listen,
gaming.
this
It's
is
called gaming, Ketara.
how that boxing. It's called winning money. So it can't
All
hold
right.
on money, I'll win a money. All I'm saying is, coach, we think small. And because we think small, even with the Reggae Boyz, I'm gonna say, yeah, our sponsor should be like Toyota, the one that markets and Axel Drive, right? And then they should be sponsoring Nissan, the one that PWC road space and Ford. I hate you because we just small. You know, the Skybet are 32 red. Could I come and Jamaica and buy up the whole league? But the motivated they pay leagues. I think leagues are 32 red. Right?
Second talk. How would you go
Hold
about
on,
I'm
hold
just
on,
saying
hold
the
on.
size of that sponsorship. Would I pay for the whole of football in Jamaica? Because Mr. Chi in a China, they gamble football hard. They just want more and gamble. Like, oh, you speculator, you just want to gamble. Coach,
Gentlemen,
time over to you.
yeah, the time is far spent now. We have to close off now. But you see, I have a topic tomorrow that definitely I know it will get cataract. I know it will get some people in the comment section. CC, Chevron, Sean, everybody, big up on yourself. Thanks very much for
But tell the people the topic, my coach.
huh?
Tell the people the topic, when I hit the like button on the way out.
No man,
I want you to 30 hours, you know.
me not tell you the topic yet. When I see it tonight thumbnail. And then you can hit the like button before you jump in.
Marketing, of course, but we're telling the man, you have a captive audience. Don't be like Issa.
No man. So sometimes cataract, you have to leave some. You can't give the chickens the whole bag of feeding on one go. And that is not saying that the people are chicken, it's just a sort of language. I don't want them to get me wrong. But people, big up on yourself. Big up yourself. Definitely. We will continue tomorrow. We have to go. We have surpassed the 4 hour mark. Thanks everyone for tuning in. Big up CC, big up Chevron, big up Qatar, big up Sean Ellis. The man that says the coach, the coach, the coach. Hey, you're famous with that in a Sean. Big up to all the persons in the comment section. It's a good look. It was a good show. I think it was good reasoning. Some brilliant ideas coming out. Everybody's idea. If you add all of them together, it can make a big change in Jamaica's football. Some of the ideas seem like it will take a lot of work. Some aren't workable until probably put it into action plan. But definitely, big up yourself, people. Stay safe. Until next time, tomorrow, the final night of the Weekend TripleTreat. And people, I just want to remind you, something big is coming up for us, Next week, we're going to be having a big interview, people. You can't afford to miss it. You can't afford to miss this big interview. It should be on Wednesday, but we're gonna get the thumbnail out so more people can see it, and you share it with your friends, families, everybody you know. You know what I mean? And also want to have a good what you call it now, end of year sort of show. If we can have something virtual, even don't know how it will go, but let us see. It's still work in progress. Plans are in place, but let's see how it goes. Big up yourself. Big up yourself.
Yeah, the coaches this Christmas party. Remember same thing. They are 10 o'clock. I did coach. Yeah, spend back I go there to get some ladies and the whole virtual thing.
Let us see how that one go. We still have some local planning to do, and we'll see how best we can work on it. But until next time, people, stay safe. Peace out.
Your style and your flavor make the city rock. They must say the season come out with a bang. Coach Minzy, best round here. Remember that.